So without further ado, let's dive in and officially begin the journey together. To kick things off, please welcome Dr. Sam So, Chairman of Kaia Foundation, delivering our opening keynote to set the tone for the day. A round of applause, please.
Yeah, to avoid the screens. Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the grand opening of this Kaia Summit 2025. So we prepared the good program today, and then we really welcome all of you, builders, innovators, and visionaries, and so on. So yeah, please enjoy the today. Enjoy the show of today, and let's get started. Okay. So today I'm going to talk about Kaia's next step or the next strategy for the connecting Asia. That is Kaia's stablecoin orchestration layer. And so, today's theme of Kaia Summit is the stablecoin, how we can get the light of this stablecoin. So I will start with our stablecoin orchestration layer, and then and then we'll follow. We'll have additional talks and announcement and presentations. Okay, let me start with the money issue in the world. So here we see the world map that shows the regions that have more inflow. Yeah, that is shown green color, and then the other region that has more outflow of the money that's shown as white color. And here, so we are in Asia, and if you look at the Asia, then we have a lot of green there. So that means we have many, a lot of inflow of money coming outside of Asia. So, but there is a chance actually. So if we look at the individual countries here, then from India, China, Philippines, and so on, many Asian countries have huge influx of the money, and then the trend is actually increasing significantly during the last 20 years. So yeah, you guys can look at this chart. But not only about the remittance or the cross-border money transfer, actually the cross-border payments in Asia is also increasing significantly. So if you look at the data of 2022, and and also if you look at the expected growth in 2027, the cross-border payments and also e-commerce and the tourism are expected to increase a lot, like 168% and 70%, and also for tourism more than 300%. So yeah, we have many opportunities, and the economy is increasing a lot in Asia, and also the money movement is happening very frequently and enormously in Asia. But there's one problem. If you look at the Asia, and Asia is one of the most fragmented region in the world. What that means? So if you have, if you look into the the issues in Asia in terms of fragmentation, each country has different regulation, and also many countries in Asia has fragmented and then slow financial infrastructures that actually causes the higher the cost in the remittance and payment. So if you look at these numbers, actually the remittance cost on average in Asia is 5 to 6%, but it's actually way above the UN target number, 3%. And then in many developing regions in Asia, a lot of people don't have bank account. We are dealing with stablecoins a lot in crypto and also in Web2 and in the world, yeah. And stablecoin comes in at this point. Stablecoins are meant to be developed as a near instant payment method, and also the settlement and so on. And then also it's programmable money. Yeah, we can implement yield protocols or other, the protocols on top of stablecoin, even inside the stablecoin. And this can also mitigate the issue of the financial inclusion problem. So we can actually increase the accessibility or the inclusion of this, the money, global money for the people. With the stablecoin, Kaia wants to be, the connector for Asia, economically and also systematically. And then at the core, we are going to introduce Kaia's stablecoin orchestration layer that actually helps the connection of this money and the people, and also enable the different applications and different infrastructures on top of this orchestration layer. Yeah. Let me jump into the details about this stablecoin orchestration layer. So in a nutshell, this orchestration layer basically connects all the money, including fiat and different stablecoins, through this layer, and then it allows people to send money from one area to the other area. So let's say I'm sending a Singapore dollar to my friend in Korea, and then I can use fiat money or stablecoin to send money from here to Korea. But to do that, we need the on-ramp sometimes, and we need the FX, because there are different currencies involved in this transfer. And also, we might want to earn more through this engine. So we can also introduce yield engine to give more benefit through this, the transfer scenario. And to support this, we need the liquidity, and then we call it liquidity hub. So inside this orchestration layer, we have these different components, and these components actually enable the different scenarios of the transfer and then payment and even the yield generation. Yeah, let's take a closer look at this orchestration layer. So this diagram shows the different scenarios. So from the source side, we are sending stablecoin or fiat money. And if you look at here, this, okay. Yeah, just like USDT or USDC, I'm just sending USDT from here to there. And then actually we don't have to do anything, because this is just transfer between wallets. Yeah, I'm sending USDT from my wallet to my friend, and my friend receives the USDT in his wallet. And actually this orchestration layer doesn't have to do many things unless there is unless we need a bridge or others. But let's say I'm sending fiat money, against Singapore dollar, and then my friend wants to receive in Japanese yen. And in between, actually the fiat money can be converted to stablecoin to make more the transfer efficient. And this involves the on-ramp part, and then it goes to FX, and then it converts it to the Japanese yen stablecoin, and it goes through the on-ramp, and my friends receive fiat in Japanese yen. So this path is possible through this orchestration layer, and then we do the magic, or we do the internal process of the money conversion and money transfer using stablecoin and different components. And we can do more if we involve the yield engine here. So let's say I'm sending F2 Thai baht, and friends receive Thai baht, but in between, actually we can generate yield if my friend doesn't want to cash out immediately, because we can put those stablecoin, Thai baht stablecoin, inside this yield engine, and the yield engine can generate yield for my friends. And the yield engine itself can be used independently without the transfer. So this another path, I just put my stablecoin there, and then my yield engine generate yield for my stablecoin. Yeah, all different scenarios can be implemented through this orchestration layer, and then our orchestration layer will be providing API and SDK to implement different payment and remittance cases, but also that will be used for the applications and other use cases. Okay, so this was the overall, the picture and the idea of the orchestration layer. But again, we have different components. How can you build this component is important, and that's the key, key part of this orchestration layer. So we have the on-ramp, off-ramp, and our Kaia team is working so hard to onboard different on-ramp and off-ramp channels in different countries in Asia. And so we are partnering and discussing with them. So, and apart from on-ramp, off-ramp channels, we need the liquidity to support, the different exchanges and different remittance cases. So we are onboarding, not only USD stable coins, but also local stable coins like Indonesian rupiah and Japanese yen, Singapore dollar, rupiah again, and ringgit, Malaysian ringgit, Philippine peso, and Thai baht, and so on. So we'll be onboarding different local stable coins here, and then we'll create a liquidity hub, so different, stablecoin exchanges and use cases can be, implemented without worrying about the liquidity issue or slippage issues. And then we have yield engine. So we announced the Super On some time ago, but the Super On is actually one of the interface or the user-facing application that implement our yield protocol. But this Super On will be the users, the entry point for the for getting the yield for their stablecoin. So we just have the deposit and withdrawal functions, and you just deposit USDT, or later you can deposit your local stablecoins like Indonesian rupiah stablecoin and others, and you will get the yield in their currency. And now today, we are also, actually we have the afternoon session that we will be introducing a new project called AlphaSec. And AlphaSec is the order book DEX and also the trading engine. And this will be the main, main engine for our stablecoin FX engine. So this FX engine will provide optimized stablecoin swaps on Kaia, but with the low cost and high capital efficiency. So, but this is not everything. Okay, this were all about the components of stablecoin orchestration layer. But on top of this layer, we can build stablecoin super app and also SDK, and then we also share the project Unify. It's one of the stablecoin super app and SDK that we are building together with the Line Next and on top of Kaia. So project Unify is the basically stablecoin super app that has all the functions that I mentioned, but this is basically for the normal users and Web2 users and my friends and my our parents. So let me show a short video about this stablecoin super app, your project Unify. Can you play the video? Sorry about that. There's a technical issue, but we'll figure out. Okay, I will play the video later. So, in this project Unify, actually we have some the key features. The first one is the yield part. So you just you just deposit your stablecoin inside this Unify wallet, then you will get automatically the yield from your stablecoins. So it will, actually we are trying to simplify the process of, actually the staking and getting the yield by removing the step of staking. So you can just put your stable coin inside the wallet and you will automatically get the yield. And you also issue the stable coin, actually unify crypto card. So you can use this crypto card anywhere in the world, and then you will get also high percentage of cashback as well. And next picture is about the message transfer. So we are working. The Unify will be also provided inside the Line Messenger or as a standalone app. But we can utilize the messaging function to send the USDT or other stablecoin, and also to receive the stablecoin. So this kind of message will be actually lower the difficulty of using stablecoin in terms of sending and getting the stablecoin. And we actually launched the mini dApp and dApp portal early this year, and now with the project Unify, this mini dApp and dApp portal will be integrated inside the Unify, so you can use stablecoin or earn the stablecoin through different mini apps. And that's the next step of the mini dApp. And then again, the project Unify will be the bigger umbrella for the mini apps and other stablecoins. And last but not the least, again, the on-ramp and off-ramp is the very important part. And then actually making this on-ramp, off-ramp easier and then accessible is the key point of the adoption. So we really try to lower the barrier of this on-ramp and off-ramp, and that we are working together with the local partners and other the global partners to give the users the seamless and very efficient experience of the on-ramp and off-ramp. Okay, so yeah, I shared about the stablecoin occasion layer, and then this layer will be sitting between a blockchain layer, Kaia, and then DeFi and others. So this will be the foundational layer for all the stablecoin operations and implementations. And on top of this, we can build DeFi, super app, and others. Okay, that's all about it. And Asia's future is stable and inclusive. So today we have a lot of talks about the stablecoin and announcement, again, the presentations. So please stay tuned. And then I really want to thank everyone for joining us at Kaia Summit 2025. And please enjoy your time, and then network together and learn more and discuss together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sam. Are we able to play the video? Awesome. While we're waiting, I think I forgot to introduce myself. I got too excited with Project Unify and Stablecoin Orchestration Layer. By the way, I'm Katrina. I'm your Kaia correspondent for today, so I'm very happy to have you here. So just to tell you guys, actually we're live stream on YouTube and Twitter. So the cameras are actually live, so just in case you're not ducks, just hide your face, it's okay. Ready? Okay, I still need to talk. Okay, did you go to any side events last night? No? I didn't too. I fell asleep. I know it's quite serious. Let's just give it a little bit, but it's quite an interesting video to learn more about Project Unify and, of course, the Stablecoin Orchestration Layer by Kaia. I'm very excited to have you guys here. Oh, by the way, just a reminder, the BitTap NFC card is actually at the other side. So if you wanted to avail that, just go ahead and go to the booth at the other side and you'll be able to avail the NFC card. Okay. Still no video. Okay. Thank you so much. I think this is really a great turnout. I know that it's quite a long wait, but thank you so much for staying. If you want to have some snacks as well, the food and coffee is outside. Make sure to visit the booth later. And make sure to also listen to all of the speakers later today. And actually, today is also the final demo day for the hackathon. So it's quite interesting to see all of the dApps, or actually the products that was built during that time. And we will have a panel discussion for that too. And it's quite exciting as well. Yes, please grab some food, energize. All right, the video is ready. Thank you, guys. Awesome. Thank you so much. Round of applause, please. Thank you. Now it's my honor to actually invite Yejin Kim, Game Biz Manager at Linex, to the stage for our next keynote. She's sharing insights on Next Market, a global item trading platform. So let's give her a round of applause.
Hey, hello. Good morning. I'm Yejin. I'm game business manager at Linext. Today, I will introduce to Next Market. It's a next-gen game item market powered by stablecoin. As you guys all know, Line is Asia's #1 messenger platform. Yeah. Line already have a 194 million of global MAU, and Japan, like Taiwan and Thailand, those users likely use the Line this application for the community chat app. I know nobody knows about Linext, so I have to introduce my company. What is the Linext? Linext drives future business in Line. Our key holder is LY Corporation, and Peter Thiel's fund, SoftBank, and Neva. We also operate the wallet. It's based in Line and web-based Web3 wallet, and it's a mini dev application. And Next Market is a game item marketplace. Okay, let me share you guys about our achievement. In 8 months, our growth in is secure 65 million of active wallet and 1.6 million of paid wallet. I think it's a huge number, and based off these results, we had a strategic partnership with a Tether. It means like game developers and the user can access digital dollar directly through us. In this year of the May, we launched a new service. It called as the Next Market. There's a several key features. I will explain one by one. The first is game integrated UX. You don't have to be sign up, or you don't have to be wallet setting. It means you don't need any Web3 knowledge, then you can use our Next Market service. This is a customized web shop. You can use local payments, any things, and stablecoin in our Next Market to buy the game item package. We sell unique game item here in the Next Market. This is a cross-border marketplace, like a seller and buyer, both they can trade the item, and Web3 knowledge no needed as well. This is our new billing system. We called it as an extra. And when the buyer used the cash, like the local payments, pay for buy the game item, and the sellers, they can receive zero cost settlement in USDT quickly. It's patent pending. In the buyer side, when they buy the game item, they can receive game item in their in-game mailbox directly. In the seller side, they can receive USDT settlement directly. Just after they create the social media login to set the wallet and get a USDT. This is the last feature. This is the key feature here in the next market. We call it as a mission and reward. It's a stablecoin reward. It's powered by the stablecoin. When the player play their games in the any games, and they can get a USDT reward. And we figure out the very interesting things. And when the sellers and rewarded users, they are all from the Web 2. So before we start this service, we realized they could be cash out all the USDT, but they did not. They just used their rewarded USDT to respond in the next market again. But the reason is simple, I think. Up to 10% are cheaper than the local normal the payment gateway. And as previous Sam's mentioned about the unified, we also prepare for the several benefit services. It's earn service. So the Web2 users, they don't have to do anything. Just without anything to do, they can earn the 7% of their reward. Also, they can cash out to their local bank, and they can use the physical card to payment in the any way. Let me explain why stablecoin is important here in the next market. First, it was global. So player can use their payments anywhere, and any region of the player can join in with us. And the second is zero fee. It means player do not have to use any transaction fees. And the third is stable. So there is a big price change. There is not like the big price change like the other coins. And the last is the game spending could be higher than the previous. It means the player feels safe and comfortable during they use the next market service. This is a real case study from one of our RPG game. It called it as a Lure 9. Results so far, just for the 50 days, the cumulated GMV is more than 50 millions, and the trade is more than 200,000. And the 90% of the rewarded USDT were repurchased in next market. The next market's users are from the 35 countries, and compared with the regular user is upper the 28%. So average ARPU is $1,500, and the D3 retention is really high. This is the most exciting part. It's 10% higher than the regular users. This feedback from the community, this is the real feedback. One of the Japanese user told us that there's a C2C trading with global game users, so it's really fresh and attractive. And the other Taiwan gamer, he told us before there's only the black market, but now having an official market, it calls us a next market, so it's give us a sense of trust. And also, it's a very fun and refreshing to watch the USDT transactions. And you can get a profit from the during the reward program or any C2C trading. I'm not sure that like, is there have any game developer here or not? But the developer asking me about do we that like can we get any marketing package, and then I can say yes. There's a marketing package, is a marketing reward funding and featured online stepper home and debut line away. It's featured like 65 million of active wallet and 3 million of followers. Since our launch in May, we already onboard like a big game title, like as you guys know. From RPG to casual games, well-known studio are already on board, like Lord 9, Lord 2, and Hardcore Leveling Warriors. And more than 30 games will be coming soon. I just want to share the one more image here to show you guys. And I want to put this in the end. I explained till now, but somebody could be asking me about why are the developing joining with you, like why do we have to go with you? Then my answer is simple. There's two of the points. The first is the cost of user acquisition keeps going high. And the second, many studios found that minting their local coins, it has a clear limit till. So real benefit directly to the gaming users and helps extend the game life cycle to the game. I think this is the clear and very simple reason to why do you guys have to joining with us. And please take a picture of our email address here. And thanks for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yejin. I hope that you're seeing the theme here. On the second keynote, we're showcasing really how we're doing everything in stablecoin. I know that we're shaping the stablecoin wave, and I think you're also looking for the other waves or other designs for the stablecoin wave. It feels like it needs to be at the beach, right? But since we're in Singapore, and Singapore is also a made-up land, we made up a little bit of the beach side, so you can have the beanbag chairs as like the feeling of being at the beach a little bit, so you can relax and enjoy the summit itself. So while they're setting up, I hope that you're able to network with the right people, because I think this would be a great opportunity to speak with Kaia. Maybe you're doing something that is related to stable coins, or even relate with Linex with how they are actually building for gamers, and of course using the stablecoin as a gateway to most of the Web 2 people as well. Next, our first panel discussion actually brings together the leaders of Kaia, APAC X, and Comma 3 Ventures. It will be moderated by John Cho, VP of Partnerships at Kaia Foundation. This session explores the rise of stablecoin super apps, institutional stablecoin adoption, and please welcome Dr. Sam So from Kaia Ventures, Denny Yang, founding partner from Comma 3 Ventures, and Jamie Wang, founder of APAC X. Round of applause, please.
Okay, well, first of all, before we begin today's panel, I'd just like to thank everybody in the audience for taking the time to come out today, because I have a feeling that there is a lot of interest right now around stablecoins, which is kind of underselling it. But before we begin, I just want to do like a quick on-the-spot survey. Please raise your hands if you're actually exploring the implementation of stablecoins in your current project, or you're working with stablecoins. Yeah, that's so. I would say at least half the people here in the room right now are exploring stablecoin integrations and stablecoin solutions. So I don't think I would be too far off from the truth when I say that we all understand this current momentum that we have around stablecoins is not another meta or another trend. It's a paradigm shift. It's going to be something that's going to be sticking around for a very long time, and we are early to it. So if you don't have an effective strategy to approach stablecoins over the next coming years, you could potentially get sidelined. So today, that's why I'm really so excited about this panel, because I think there's a joke here, but we have infrastructure, venture capitalist, and a stablecoin issuer. I think this would probably be the best combination of a panel that we can have when discussing stablecoins. So without further ado, to begin, my name is John Cho. I am the VP of Partnerships at Kaia Foundation. And I actually have been working with my team to really push forward our stablecoin orchestration layer in Asia. And over the past 6 months, while we've been building this out, I have learned so much. Like Sam said, Asia is one of the most fragmented regions in the world, despite being the liquidity and financial hub of the world. So we really do sincerely believe that stablecoins will be the solution to connect Asia. And I don't think we have a better group of people to discuss this morning. So to start, what I would like to do is, I don't really think Sam really needs to introduce himself, but that said, regardless, if we can just go around the group and if you can briefly introduce yourself, your background, and your current role. So to begin, Sam.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Again, I'm Sam. I'm the chairman of Kaia Foundation. So I have been working for Kaia and previously Clayton for the last almost 8 years. And so, my background is technology. So I have been leading the tech team for a while, but I'm leading the entire team as a chairman, and very happy to be here. And then, excited to be discussing more about stablecoin today.
Danny.
Hello, everyone. I'm Danny from Common Three Ventures, and we invested crypto from 2017. And for this cycle, Common Three Ventures got a IRR 172% for this cycle. And our strategy is we invest in innovation, public chain like Sui, Kaia, and we like the background is solid. Just like Sui's background is Libra, and Kaia's background is Line and Cacao. So we are very enjoying the collaboration with Kaia. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Jamie. Just a short brief background about myself. I joined crypto in 2022. My background is a little bit diverse. I was in asset management. I was in custody service. I was also part of a building RWA team under Matrix Port 2 years ago. So APS is founded at the end of last year because based on my experience, we have the thesis end of last year that stablecoin will be the next big wave of discussion for this and the next 2 to 3 years. So APS is founded with a vision to incubate the stablecoin ecosystem in the emerging markets, which cover Southeast Asia. As a local, I was actually raised here, so I have quite a bit of understanding of the challenges and people face, the blockers people face when they are actually adopting stablecoin for day-to-day users. And the APS is essentially established to tackle all these challenges for the emerging market users. So I think our very flagship stablecoin is actually our first Philippine peso pegged stablecoin called PHT stablecoin. Yeah, happy to discuss more with Kaia and also the rest of the panelists. So PHT will be natively deployed to Kaia by the next month, and I hope everyone is looking forward to that. Yeah.
Okay, so to deep dive right into it, I think this is a question that everyone's had for a very long time, which is, stablecoins in itself as a infrastructure and a piece of technology has been around for almost a decade now. But my question to the group here is, why do you think it's only now that we're seeing so much interest from institutions and regulators, especially in Asia? Again, despite the fact that stablecoins have been around for almost a decade. Sam?
Okay, so good question. Actually, I think the huge interest of stablecoins started because of, I would say, Trump and US. Yeah, because they started the regulation, a Genius Act, and then they approved the act, and then because of that, a lot of countries, including Asian countries, started looking into. Actually, even before that, they were looking into stable coins and related regulations. But in terms of why now, and that's mainly because again the Genius Act, and then that act made all the regulators especially in Asia, the move faster than before, and then now including Singapore, Korea, Japan, and Philippines and others, they all started working on stablecoin in terms of regulation and also actual implementation. So the big movements came from that came from the U.S. made all people in the world move, but apart from regulation and also the real adoption of this stablecoin made also the people in Asia move faster. So if you look at the market cap of USDT or USDC and overall market cap or the use case or stablecoin is increasing significantly around last couple of years, and then that adoption actually made people think about, okay, we need also local stablecoin and other stablecoin, and then we can make use cases here compared to US cases or USD cases. And these two combinations, like regulation and adoption, actually are the key factors that that made people look into stablecoins.
Danny, what are your thoughts?
Yeah. As you know, we are Taiwanese. So we are, Common3 is the biggest crypto fund in Taiwan. So a lot of bank and the institution will ask about why is stablecoin here? But the Taiwan's government is very, very conservative. So they don't think they will issue their CDBC. But the institution very, very want to have their NTD to crypto. But for now, for us, we are VC, so we suggest them don't do that. Because for now, it's a very early stage for USD stablecoin, but in different situation. So if you have your own community, you can issue your stablecoin, just like Alibaba or Grab something, and just like Kaia, yeah. So I want to say another situation about the native Web3 builders think about what stablecoin is. So the previous 7 years ago, the Tether issued a USDT, but the time window already passed. So the USDT and the USDC already done everything to do the American debt collateral. But for the builders, just like Athena and our portfolio Rivers and Asymmetry, they find out a very innovation way to get yield on the stablecoin. So let's another situation and another future for we can transfer the traditional asset to the stablecoin, just like yield stablecoin. So it's a totally different situation. Because if you do the, I say CDBC in Japan, Korea, Taiwan, or China, your revenue is from the transaction fee and some on-ramp off-ramp fee. But for yield, it's a huge opportunity.
Yep.
So that's what we think about. We now looking at just like a new DeFi 2.0 stablecoin infrastructure. So I think we are very early for that. So, thank you.
There are a lot of kind of like core concepts that we've actually been debating internally a lot. CBDCs versus stablecoins, yields for local stablecoins, not just USDT. But these are topics I think we could probably discuss for hours. So if we have time, we will kind of like approach those questions. But Jamie, what are your thoughts? Why do you think it's now that institutions and regulators are interested?
Yeah, it's actually a very interesting question because 2 to 3 years ago, all we see from traditional institutions that they are using stablecoin for internal ledgers like JP Morgan, even like Morgan Stanley, all these like big TradFi players. I mean, they have explored the ideas of using stablecoins, but most of them are doing internal settlement and transfer. Yeah, but I think one thing that I realized, a paradigm shift actually happened last year when I was actually working on another USD stablecoin, is that BlackRock come out with this product called Buildo, and it actually became the underlying asset for USDE, the stablecoin from Ethena. I think this is a very big change from internal like settlement and transfer to actually become the underlying asset for a very decentralized stablecoin. So this transition actually marks a shift where institutions start to realize, hey, we don't want to be this last mile for stablecoin settlement, stablecoin remittance. We want to be part of the game. We want to let this be part of the business revenue driver as well. So actually this sensation actually drive a lot of the institutions to start exploring directions, given also, as the other two panelists has mentioned, the regulatory clarity is also definitely one of the driver also for these institutions to start exploring how they can better utilize stablecoins to drive their business growth. I think this is also my inputs in addition to that.
Yeah, thank you. Jamie makes a really great point. With the regulatory clarity that we have now, we have a better understanding of what we can do and can't do. And that's opened up a lot of innovation around stablecoins, and especially RWA-backed stablecoins like USDE. And again, this is another topic we could probably discuss for hours, but I do, since the agenda today is the rise of stablecoin super apps, again, if we have time, we will go back to those questions. But first, like I said, since we're here to discuss stablecoin super apps, my first question for Sam is this. So what exactly is a stablecoin super app? Like, how do you define a stablecoin super app? And what do you think makes a competitive stablecoin super app?
Okay, so I'd like to define the stablecoin super app as the kind of all-in-one platform where users can basically use stablecoin for everything, for the remittance, payment, and even paying for the games and paying for the e-commerce and so on. So the super app, literally means that, okay, it combines different applications in a single platform. So the stablecoin super app is the same. So, we introduced Project Unify, I showed the 5 features there, from the yield protocol to, the Visa card and crypto card and the games and so on. And these kind of different features will be available in a single application, because we don't want to, users to leave the application and then use other app, because that actually hurts the user experience of users. That's the same as the typical super apps like Line or Kakao or even Grab and so on. So because we provide different features in a seamless way or very user-friendly way, and where the user enter the app, but they can use for the different purposes. For example, I want to pay stablecoin to my merchant or to my online shopping, but I don't have to leave my app. The super app can be working as a wallet. So I just use a USDT or a PHT or others to just pay the stablecoin. And for other case, okay, I want to send my the stablecoin to my friend, but my friend wants to receive something. In some currencies, and then at that case, my Unify app or stablecoin super app will be working as a e-wallet. Yes, I send my money through the e-wallet, and my friend received the the money in their e-wallet. So for the different purposes, the stablecoin super app will be playing a different role, but the important part is a single application, and users can enjoy different features and different capabilities inside the single app without leaving this one.
So Sam talked about e-wallets, and I have to say that probably the most interesting and most tangible conversations around stablecoins I've had has been with e-wallets like Gcash and Grab, because obviously those are the core end user touch points where a lot of the engagement and interfacing with stablecoins will happen. So if you have the opportunity ever to interface with an e-wallet provider, please do so, because that's where most of the insights are gained, I think. So second question from Danny. Now, you are a VC, so basically you're the money man, right? And you engage with a diverse group of stakeholders and builders. What is the biggest difference you see between how legacy institutions and Web3 native builders are approaching stablecoins?
I can say that most different thing is the collateral is different. So the legacy institution, their collateral is USD debt, but for a Web3 native builder, they find out another USDT, USDC, USD whatever to think about what we can do above this stablecoin to earn yield or to get some maybe transaction fee for their project. So it's totally different. But I want to go back to a Unify because our next fund is a 100 mil fund, and
Just wait, you heard that, 100 mil fund. That is his next fund. So if you're looking for funding, please find Danny.
yeah, next year. Thank you. And the 20% is for venture capital for sure, but the 80% we will do asset management. So the stable and the security project can put into the stablecoin or our BTC or Ethereum. It's a very, very important. So we find out the super app for stablecoin might be a neobank or digital bank. So it's a totally different between the traditional bank and I say fintech bank. So the next step for the stablecoin for maybe stablecoin infra, maybe we shouldn't create a very fruitful infrastructure like Kaia, or another public chain like Plasma and Stable. And a lot of projects can build up the DeFi project on them. And then you can do on-ramp, off-ramp to the Web2 app to do the payment or to do the Visa or buy some games NFT asset property at your app. Or some maybe we can use a stablecoin to buy e-commerce at a super app. That's what we thought. Yeah.
So Danny brings up a lot of interesting points, and also Jamie previously as well. It would be I'm very curious to see what regulators and lawmakers, how they will start approaching collateralized stablecoins, especially like stablecoins like USDE, where it's collateralized by recognized RWAs like BIDL from BlackRock. So definitely interesting, and there is a very distinct difference in terms of how Web3 builders are approaching stablecoins and how traditional legacy is. So next question for you, Jamie. So you are your team are both issuing a regional stablecoin and building stablecoin infrastructure. So for you, what does the rise of stablecoin super apps like Project Unify online and also various e-wallets like Gcash and Grab actually mean for you? And what are your plans on leveraging these opportunities?
I think let's take a step backwards. Before even these super apps even show up, the use cases of stablecoins are super fragmented, right? You have to learn how to use the wallet, decentralized wallet. You have to learn how to memorize your public key, your private key in order for on-chain withdrawal and on-chain deposits. And when you want to use this, for example, USDT for remittance, you have to take it out from this wallet, put it in another wallet, and then off-ramp it again, send back to your families at home, and then they cash out it through a bank, right? So all this is very, very complicated and long process. I think the emergence of these super apps, what they really does is they aggregate all these utilities, all these use cases for stablecoins onto one single unified platform. So that stablecoin to the average, very average retail users, they are just like your bank balance, but with a lot more use cases and utilities. You can do asset management with higher yield. You can do cross-border transfer with much higher speed and much lower transaction fees. All these use cases, but with much more benefits. I think that's why we need a stablecoin super app for. Yeah. I mean, we have seen a lot of super apps that are slowly integrating with stablecoins like Grab. Now you can use like your cryptocurrency to book a cab, right? And then, and soon Lines Unify project, and that will also help stablecoin issuers like us to reach to a wider audience that we otherwise would have never been possible for us. And I think this super app emergence is really making stablecoin issuers our stablecoin issuers' life a lot easier, because it put all our potential use cases onto one single platform so that our end users can easily navigate around this complex Web3 ecosystem. Yeah, I think that's the meaning to us.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think so, at the end of the day, like the name actually suggests, Project Unify, super apps are a way to kind of unify various touch points into a single one where we provide users with a frictionless and seamless experience. And that is probably going to be the de facto way that a lot of, especially Web 2 consumers, will interact with stablecoins and stablecoin payment infrastructure. Okay, moving on. This is a personal kind of like conundrum and like, you know, not concern point, but like something that I've been kind of like, you know, deep diving into recently. You know, with this kind of renewed focus around stablecoins, compliant payment infrastructure, we're seeing a huge explosion in payment-specific infrastructure in layers. Like, you know, Stripe announced Tempo, Circle has Arc, Stable, Plasma, and so on and so forth. So my question for Sam is this. Like I said, we've seen an explosion in payment-specific layers and chains. Now, how do you think existing layer ones like Kaia should approach this paradigm shift towards a more compliant stablecoin and payment infrastructure landscape? How do existing and pre-existing layer ones stay competitive?
Okay, so yeah, good questions. Actually, I want to compare these new chains with the existing layer one or the general purpose layer one with the comparison between telephone line and internet. Yeah, so the stablecoin specific layer ones was chains are basically built for the payment or some specific purposes like telephone line. But so we use telephone line just to communicate through the telephone, and so it's a wired network. And then that purpose was only for one thing, it's just to communicate each other through telephone. But now people invented internet. Internet is a protocol where different communication or even video communication and voice communication or sometimes text communication, anything is possible. But this internet is not only for the communication, it's for the commerce and others. Any other purpose or any other use cases can be built on top of internet because it's a general purpose protocol. So I'd like to compare the telephone line and then internet with the existing layer one and the upcoming the payment oriented layer one. So the Kaia is a general purpose blockchain, and we also have other general purpose blockchains that can actually support payment because it's already possible. But it's not only about the payment or just stablecoin. It can also build games that uses stablecoin as a payment means, and also it can build e-commerce that can use stablecoin as as a payment means. So different use cases can build together with the payment layer or stablecoins. That's the the difference, the main difference of the general purpose blockchains like Kaia.
I think Sam actually made a really good analogy there, telephone lines versus internet. So the thing with like specific purpose chains like Tempo, they are literally designed for one specific purpose, whereas Kaia, you can have, as a general purpose chain, you can have a lot of confluence and composability around different use cases. So not only can you issue a stablecoin, then you can use that stablecoin to fund your projects, to use as a way of transaction on your games and so on. So I think definitely general purpose layers will not go away, and they will continue playing a part in the payment landscape because of its ability for composability and confluence. Danny, you just talked about how you are looking to launch a $100 million fund next year, which I am very excited about. So as a VC who is about to be a GP for a $100 million fund, what is your thesis when it comes to identifying potential stablecoin-related investments? What do you look for?
For us, for stablecoin this area, we think very early because just the Genius Act just passed just maybe half a year, I think. So we are looking for a very innovation, genius DeFi 2.0 project. For payments is your advantage. So for this cycle, it is not our thesis. But for the very good performance yield project is our thesis. And the very innovation infra. Because stablecoin just, everybody think about the stablecoin just do payment or do buy the coin. But I can say an example because just like the project called River just launched at a Binance Build Key. The first project launched at a Build Key. um, how to say, they change the CDP from the lending area. They use the top 50 tokens, and the token did the public chain doesn't have a lot of DeFi project can earn yield, just like a BNB or Cardano or some Tron. They collateral the big token and create a CDP to another very super fast chain like a DeFi chain, Solana and the Sui, to earn yield and one click, and with one click. So if we do 18 mil to do asset management, I can buy 10 mil for Cardano, 10 mil for Kaia, 10 mil for BNB, and collateral at their application, and earn Pendle, earn Convex at one click. So there's a two yield from this scenario. First one is the DeFi yield. The second is the this public chain will give the incentive. Just they can give the Sui token to you and the Solana to you. So there's a lot of new public chain come out. So they all need a TVL. So we call this liquidity CDP as a new era. So the project like that is what we want to find out and looking for. Yeah, like that. But the stablecoin infra still just like stablecoin public chain is still our thesis. Yeah, that's it.
So there are two kind of verticals that Danny just talked about. So stablecoin, like perp chains or perp dexes. But the more interesting thing was what he described as liquidity CDPs. So that's actually really interesting because that's pretty much exactly what we've actually had some internal discussions around. Because I actually do believe this concept of liquidity CDPs could be the next billion-dollar vertical. It's very difficult for new chains to generate native on-chain yields. Unless you have the user base, it's going to take a while before that flywheel to actually get activated for you to generate enough yield to be worthwhile for your users. So a lot of the time, what new chains need to do is to bring yields from other chains. But to create infrastructure to kind of streamline this process, I think is the next killer vertical. I do agree. So I like your thesis. Okay, so next question for you, Jamie. And I think this is a kind of question that a lot of, especially local Asian stablecoin issues, have been discussing and debating and have, legitimate concerns around. What kind of role do you think local and regional stablecoins will play in the biggest stablecoin landscape? Because we all understand right now it's the USD stablecoin that dominates crypto and blockchain. Do you think regional stablecoins will have an impact? How should regional stablecoins issuers approach this USD-dominated landscape?
That's a very important question because when we started this project end of last year, this is the very first question we asked ourselves. Why do a Philippine peso stablecoin? Why don't do a USD stablecoin, right? I mean, USD stablecoin much higher market cap, much higher potential chances you can get a big fundraise tickets, right? But I think the conclusion we have arrived at the end of the discussion was that regional stablecoin, they won't go away. They won't go away because regional stablecoins, they are not just here to complement the USD stablecoins. They are here to address, to replace or to optimize the inefficient parts of the emerging markets financial ecosystem. I think this is the one challenge that USD stablecoin they can't do because we always believe that there's no one-size-fits-all solution. Every emerging market, every emerging country has its own sets of challenges and problems where you just can't use a USD stablecoin, denominated stablecoin, to address all of these specific problems. Let me take a very specific example in the Philippines. this is also one of the key reasons we chose Philippines as a starting ground. Is that as we know that Philippines has a lot of OFW, which stands for offshore foreign workers. Philippines been working in Hong Kong, Dubai, Singapore, many places. And when they want to do remittance via USD stablecoin, I think there are two steps they need to do. For example, a Philippine workers that are working in Hong Kong, they are getting paid in Hong Kong dollars, which is the local salary. If they want to use USDT or USDC to do the remittance back to their families in the Philippines, they have to first convert Hong Kong dollars to USDT, and then the USDT back to peso, right? There's a 2 times FX conversion cost involved in the whole remittance life cycle. And then when it comes to Philippine peso native currency paired stablecoin, there's only one-time conversion, right? You Hong Kong dollar to PHT, PHT 1-to-1 to peso. This is one-time conversion. And this is very one of the few examples. I can raise a lot more examples on how regional stablecoins can better address local problems as compared to USD stablecoins. But this is just one problem. So our conclusion is that regional stablecoins, they will be the bridge from Web3 to these emerging markets. And they can address problems and challenges that USD denominated stablecoin still can't yet solve. Yeah, so they won't go away. I think in the next 2 to 3 years will be a good mixture, right? Because we can't live without USD stablecoin as well. We need their liquidity, we need their use cases, and we need their settlement capabilities. Yeah.
My only response to that is 100%. 100% agree. So during Sam's keynote this morning, he talked about how we are going to be connecting Asia through stablecoins. And this is why we believe that stablecoins will be the catalyst and the touch point to actually connect a very fragmented Asian financial landscape. We're run out of time, so just quickly as an outro, what I want to do is just kind of go around the group here and ask you. So we understand stablecoins is not a meta. It's not a cyclic kind of like theme that's going to disappear in 6 months. It is a paradigm shift. Our industry over the next 12 months will be very different to what it is today. I guarantee it. Especially as we're seeing a lot more regulators pass laws specific to crypto and stablecoins in Asia. So my question to the group here, starting with Sam, is what are your high-level objectives for the next 12 months?
Okay, so our high-level objective for the next 12 months in terms of stablecoin is to make the real adoption of stablecoin. It's not only about, again, US stablecoin, but also adoption of local stablecoins in Asia.
Danny?
Why 12 months? I can say 3 years. Yeah, because
3 years.
Yeah, 12 months is too short because maybe next year markets will go down. So the Web3 activity will go very little. But I think the Web2 traditional institution will find out the co-working opportunity with the big projects in Web3. So Tether already do a lot with bank. So for Unify, I think it's a very good opportunity. Next year, you can do it at the next year, but for 3 years, I think there will be maybe 200 projects to do the stablecoin yield farming or something, I don't know. Yeah, so I'm very excited about this is the time we really can bridging Web 2 asset to Web 3 because that's the original thought when we set up our fund at 2017, because our LP didn't know what the crypto is. They have lots of money, assets, house, but they don't know what Bitcoin is. We trying to convince them, and we trying to pull them to our industry. So that's the time. So next 3 years, I think the whole world will think about what is the crypto finance revolution. That's what we think.
I like that. Jamie, 12 months or 3 years, your high-level objectives?
I completely agree with Danny, right? Stablecoin is not a short-term game. Tether and Circle, they both take more than 7 years to turn profitable, right? We are not here for like 12 months. We are definitely here for a long way to come, right? So for us, from APAC's perspective, what we really want to see in the next 3 to 5 years is that Southeast Asia's stablecoin adoption could significantly goes up, and definitely with the help of Unify. Because with all these different regional stablecoin players being able to take the global access to regional stablecoins is definitely going to accelerate this process. Yeah, that's our three-year goal. Yes.
And just to wrap up, I just want to reaffirm our, mission to accelerate the growth of regional stablecoins in Asia by leveraging the distribution channels that we have. So we are definitely with you, and we look forward to not just working with PHT, but all the Asian stablecoin issuers out there, because our mission over the next 12 months, albeit the 3 years, is to connect Asia using Asia's stablecoins. All right, I would like to thank our panel for participating today, and all of you guys for listening this morning. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Danny, and thank you, Jamie. It was quite an interesting panel. I myself, I'm Filipino, so I really resonate a lot with PhD. It's really cool to have more of these opportunities around Asia, and it's quite really fragmented. If we actually are from Asia, it's really quite fragmented. And it's quite interesting as well that the age gap as well here, it's quite fragmented as well, because when Sam mentioned landline, there were some faces like, what's landline? What's that? What is he talking about? But basically, majority of us have also had experience with that, and it's quite interesting that they brought that into the conversation and the future plans as well. So it's quite interesting. Continuing the stablecoin summer series, the next panel focuses on to the local to global. So we've already discussed about the regional fragmentation. I think this conversation would actually bring forth more of the expansion of stablecoin into the horizon. Moderated by Yoko Kito, Head of Payment and Partnerships of Kaia Foundation. We're joined by Benji Kim of Line Next and Shota Saito, Head of BD and Marketing from JPYC, who will be joining us online. So we would ask a bit of your patience because he will be joining us through the monitor today. And it's quite an interesting panel because we will be joined by 3 different representatives that would actually talk about the expansion from local to global. Round of applause, please, guys.
Okay. So hi guys, thank you for listening to next session. So I'm Yoko. So I'm a head of payment partnerships in Kaia Foundation. So today, so in this session, so having here Benji from LineNext, and also here Shota from JPYC, which is a stablecoin issuer in Japan. So we are going to discuss like how we actually, this make a local like stablecoin ecosystem, also to expand this local ecosystem to global scale. So I think this session really answers to many questions that you have, because we have these days now, like we have very convenient payment methods, like take like in China like Alipay, in Japan like PayPay, and if we look at Korea, so there are some Kakao Pay or any other payment methods, so which is already quite convenient and then running like 24/7. So then question would be like, why stablecoin? Why we need it in this first in local market, and next to push to global market? What would be our challenges? What would be the use cases? So here, thank you for Benji to joining this session, and Shota from like online. So could you make a brief introduction of you, starting from Benji?
Introduction. Okay. Hi. Nice to meet you. I'm Benji. I work as the director of Web3 Business Group at LineNext. And I don't know if you have heard about LineNext before. LineNext is a Web3 arm of the messaging app Line. So if you want to do something with Line in Web3, LineNext is the go-to company that you should be talking to. And we currently have a Web3 app store called Dap Portal. And we got around 60 million users on the App Store now. So if you're interested in building a mini app, please reach out to us. And we're also building this neobank. We call it as Project Unify with the Kaia blockchain. Yeah, and I think that's the topic that we'll be covering on mainly through this session.
Thank you so much. And Shota, can you hear me? Yeah?
Hi,
Could you?
hi, I'm Shota Saito. I'm the head of JPYC's business development and marketing. For Kaya, thank you for having me today. I believe we can make great collaboration to expand real Web3 ecosystem in near future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now, like JPYC got this stablecoin license in like 3 weeks ago. So now having like a deep discussions with financial service agency in Japan. So they have been so busy. So thank you for joining today through online call. So then yes, then starting from like a first question to you guys. So let's focus on local market first. So now stablecoins are growing in rapidly in Asia. So we are having a lot of news in Asia, like a lot of players issuing stablecoins, and we don't see like when it's actually coming. But from your perspective, what is driving this momentum locally? So Benji first.
I think it all started from America, the US side. Ever since the Trump administration stepped in, like things are starting like moving very fast. Even in Korea or Japan, like I had chances to meet lawmakers or TradFi players, and for example, like banks, they are setting up these task forces to do something with the stablecoins in Korea, and we met like 5 to 6 players, and they're all doing something. Like I've never expected this happening like 6 months ago, because it's been moving really fast. So, and also builders in Web3, they are pumping out this DeFi or stablecoin related products, right? So I think this will not just end as hype, but I think this is something that we could really actualize mass adoption moving forward.
So like we saw the news from Uri Bank last week. Like they seems to be issuing like stablecoins. So other than Uri Bank, so you see a lot of banks actually working on it.
Well, Uri Bank is actually one of the biggest bank in Korea. We're like very surprised. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Then next to you, Shota. So yeah, so what would be, like a something that drives this momentum locally, like especially in Japan?
I see three major factors. First, Asia is one of the fast, fastest growing regions for cashless payment and digital financial services. In Japan, Korea, China, and across Southeast Asia, QR code payments and mobile wallets have already become part of everyday life. People here are very open to adopting new payment methods. Second, Asia has a very high demand for cross-border trade and remittances. In a multi-currency environment, price stable asset like a stablecoin directly improves efficiency in payments, remittances, and settlements. And third, regions in the region have been relatively proactive. In Japan, for example, the 2023 amendment to the Payment Service Act defined stablecoin as electronic payment instruments, which really helped establish the foundation for a healthy ecosystem.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, so I'm from Japan, and we see this in Japan like happening, like regulation is set up, and then yeah, hope you are the first runner in Japan, so hope you can make it in Japan, like expanding businesses. Thank you so much. So then, yeah, next question will be around challenges. Challenges. So Shoda just now touched on some challenge like around maybe regulation, but which is kind of solved in Japan like 2 years ago. But how about Korea? Like regulation, like infrastructures. What would be challenges locally, and then also what would be challenges to push this to like global usage? Benji.
I think the first thing that comes into my mind is the regulations are not clear enough, to be honest, and this could be better. But like I mentioned earlier just today, lawmakers are moving really fast now, so I think it's just a matter of time. But what concerns me next is the level of regulations across countries. Like Japan is maybe here, Korea is here, the US is here, that we can enable this cross-border, like we can make the product in a smooth way. So I think this is the next steps that we need to actually push, like countries to maybe get aligned with. And once proper regulations are established, I think we'll be able to see like great stablecoin or DeFi-based products coming out from here and there.
Thank you. So how about Shota? So what do you see as challenges to for you to make push your businesses further in Japan and also outside of Japan?
On, on regulation, the biggest challenge is that every country defines stablecoin differently. Sometimes as a electronic payment instruments, sometimes as a security, sometimes as a crypto asset without international harmonization to cross-border usage will be difficult. On trust, transparency is key. Whether it's the reserves behind a stablecoin or the governance of the issuer, users need reliable audit and regular disclosures to feel secure. And on infrastructure, we need to connect blockchain systems with exciting financial rails, payment gateways, banks, and settlement networks. Only by integrating with the financial system people already use can stablecoin become widely practical.
Okay, that's interesting insight. Like, yeah, we haven't thought about like integration between this current financial system with a stablecoin one. Like, I mean, yeah, this is needed, and we have been discussing. But yes, as a current challenge, it's a great point to hear from you. Thank you. So yeah, so as Shota and Benji shared, so to share a little bit about Japan regulation. So even like issuing like USD based like stablecoin, for example, like USDC. So Sako and SBI made a JV in Japan from where they issue stablecoin. So regulation is different in each region, and then that actually causes some necessity for some special arrangement like Sako and SBI did. So yeah, thank you for so much for sharing that. Okay, so then next question would be like yeah, you collaboration between you guys like Line Next and JPYC. So like stablecoin issuer and then you guys a platformer. So how do you see this collaboration? Yeah, we are so excited to see that.
Yeah, so what Line can do as a messaging app is to help those stablecoin issuers distribute and circulate their stablecoins because we have the channel. So Line has around 200 million monthly active users on the messaging app, and we can actually leverage those users to give utility of your stablecoin. So we also have marketing channels that you guys can utilize so that you can you can tap into the Line users. And like I mentioned earlier, we have this Web3 app store where you can use your stablecoins to make payments. And also on top of that, Project Unify, which is a neobank built by Line Next and Kaya, will be, that could be the biggest channel that you can circulate and distribute your stablecoins.
Very good, very good. How about Shota? How do you see as a great chance for you to collaborate with Linex or any other platformer for your businesses?
In Japan, everybody knows Line. It's more than a messaging apps that's part of daily life. So if stablecoin can be used directly within Line, the impact will be huge. Yeah, right now Japan has many payment apps, but they don't interpret. Line has an advantage because nearly all Japanese people already use it. If stablecoin are integrated into Line, it could be involved into the next WeChat of offering uh, seamless domestic and even international transfers. Stablecoin also make it easier to exchange into foreign currency stablecoins, which lower than barrier for cross-border payments and remittances.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so then follow-up question to actually Shota. So now you touched on cross-border payment, so for which actually, a lot of people see as one big potential. So now like banks even like working on POC for cross-border payment. We see like a project parks or any other projects between Japan and Korea or somewhere like with Japan and other countries too. So Shota, so when in addition to like cross-border payment, like what real use cases do you see as a potential use cases? As you are the obviously like front runner in Japan, and then we want to learn from you. Yeah.
Uh, In Japan, JPYC is being expired for various real-world applications, uh, while payments and remittances remain common use cases. DeFi through JPYC cannot directly operate it due to regions. It's attracting attention as a use case, uh, particularly, particularly for asset management and liquidity solutions. Business are also showing growing internet in leveraging tokenized payments within their ecosystems.
Thank you. How about Benji? Like you are launching this service. So other than cross-border payments, so what do you see as services inside this Project Unify?
On the Project Unify, we'll actually work closely with DeFi protocols to provide higher interest rate for users. Because, for example, in Japan, if you deposit your money in those traditional bank, the interest rate is really, really low, right? It's like 1% ish. But if we work with DeFi protocols and if we could onboard JPYC on Unify Project Unify, there'd be a great like chances to tap into the real users in Web 2 and get them on board on DeFi as well. And also, like me mentioned, cross-border payments is could be one of the things that we could do because it could extremely lower the fees and also cost like time for users. Yeah, also stablecoins could be used here and there, like offline merchants to make payments as well. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm from Japan, and yeah, Japanese like government bond has let's say like now I'm not sure, but like roughly like less than 1%. Yeah, like return on government bond for nearly 15, 15 years maybe. So then we need to see like other like investment opportunities. And then here's a line, and then we already everybody uses line, so we are so excited to see line launching this service. So as a Japanese, yeah, hope to use this like invest into some financial products through this Project Unify. Okay, so yeah, this will be actually last question for you guys. So this may overlap with the previous question, but what is needed to make stablecoin like truly global financial layer? This is a very broad topic, not like regional solutions. Benji maybe has already touched on regulation point, but yeah, again, yeah, what would be some challenges or something that we need?
Yeah, yeah. Regulations are first very important thing. I think I don't know if this if makes sense, but like there's this thing called ISO, right? Yeah, I don't know if this works for crypto, but like I think countries should get on the same page on like regulating stable coins because they all have different levels of regulations now, right? So if we can't address this issue, then the product will not. It's impossible to like from product standpoint. It's impossible to provide a great user experience. That's the first thing. And also on top of that, for Project Unify, I think, in my humble opinion, the dominant stablecoin will differ from region to region in the future. So instead of like having a few stablecoins on board, we need to actually aggregate like dominant stablecoins from different regions and combine them as one ecosystem. So that's the goal that we have for Project Unify.
Thank you. How about Shota? So yeah, what is needed to make this as a truly global financial layer? Yeah.
Three things are essential. First, regulatory alignment without common principles or mutual recognition frameworks, cross-border usage will remain limited. Second, trust and transparency. Users worldwide must be able to see exactly how reserves are managed and how governance works within independent audit at all time. And third, interoperability. Stablecoin needed infrastructure that connects different blockchains and exhausting financial networks. So they can actually be used in global trade and payments. At JPIC, we are fully committed to regulatory compliance and transparency in Japan, while also engaging in international standard setting discussions. Our goal is to help evolve stablecoins into true global public infrastructure.
Yeah, thank you so much, Shota. Yes, yeah. So as you know, Shota and JPYC is leading this industry in Japan. So this, answers to a lot of, questions that everyone, audience has. So yeah, so we run out of time, so we are going to wrap up this session. But yeah, so Benji, so again, so he is leading this, Web3 business in Line Next. So everyone, so if you want to has interest to work with Line Next, so Unify will be for sure. Like I'm sure that in Japan and elsewhere in Asia, so this will lead that this payment and crypto wallet businesses. So yeah, please reach to him and also to Shota. So he's joining online, but if you are interested in to talk with him, so please come to me. I'm going to happy to introduce him. So thank you very much. So yeah, for
Thank
your
you.
time, audience.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shota. Thank you, Yoko. Thank you, Benji. We're now going to have a little bit of a break. Please take this opportunity to actually connect with the attendees, explore the booth at the other side, get ready for the other exciting session in the afternoon. So take a break, shake it off, walk around, and meet the right people. So it will be best to also meet people from Line Next, meet Yoko, and as well as the other team members from Kaia. So remember, Kaia shirts and the ones that are wearing green scarves are the people that you need to look for. In particular, we also have a few partnerships that we're doing a giveaway merch for is the BipTap, Laguna Finance, and the other side where we're actually giving away the free Tata Taxi voucher. So please make sure to actually check that out. And I see a couple of people already gaining all of those hats from Kaia. So I hope you also get the chance to go and get that. So we'll resume at around 1 o'clock. So go ahead and mingle. Thanks, guys. Good afternoon and welcome again. I hope that everyone can settle down at the main stage and be able to sit down, relax a little bit so that we can have a few more discussions about what's happening with Kaia and Kaia Summit. All right, welcome back. Just a quick recap of the first half of the summit. We've shared the rise of stablecoin super apps, the challenges of the expansion from local to global. We were able to hear as well with the keynote and as well as from Line Next. So to start off our afternoon, we'll hear from Timmy Han, product manager of SuperEarn, on unlocking stablecoin yield in Asia through Asia's incubated mini dApp. Everybody, put your hands together for Timmy Han.
Hello guys, this is Timmy from SuperEarn. We are a new yield protocol on Kaia incubated right now. And hope you guys had great lunch, but I didn't, so I'm still hungry. And I'm still hungry for our yields too. So yeah, SuperEarn is here to unlock the stablecoin yield in Asia. And we have a thesis that we want everybody to earn like a pro on our protocol. And it's just like three simple things that you could remember. It's just secure, smart, and simple. And SuperEarn is actually positioned to expand and accelerate the adoption of stablecoin across Asia. So how secure, how smart, and how simple? It is secure in that, we are actually backed by Kaia or Tether or even Linex. Well, not only from the backers, but also we don't need any like a multi-sig feature, but we do take our protocol-first approach in order to deliver the best yield to our users. And it is smart and simple that we do have our quick and hassless integration to our blue chip protocols, delivering the alphas to the users. And the users just have to deposit with a one click and withdraw with one click, and that's it. Just accessing to all those multi-chain portfolios, and you can just forget about it and just let your assets grow. So these kind of problems arise even for myself. Whenever I find a new source on the DeFi, it started with 15%, but after like a month or two, now it becomes like 5%. So I have to find another one, and it's very hard to just like being a grasshopper to just from one protocol to the other. But by using SuperEarn, you guys don't really have to do this. And we actually solve these kind of problems on top of Kaia, where we save the trouble of exploring the new yield sources, and we deliver up to 7 to 10% yield on a stable and reliable basis. And we will have a really easy UX and fast deposit and withdrawal features, which is kind of obvious. So it is secure in that, well, as I mentioned before, not only backed by the trusted backers, but it's also it's also the point that we don't really use the multi-sig vaults, where most of the random vaults on crypto, let's say for like a SushiSwap, Curve, or other things, even for Yearn Finance for the early version, they have really had the multi-sig approvals, and users actually don't know about the underlying risks for that. But on SuperEarn, we have our automated orchestration of yields across multi-chain, and we do have our own risk assess framework, not only for the vault, but also we actually have our own risk assessing framework for the onboarding protocols. And it is using all the secure infrastructure based on our vaults, and we will be soft launching this October. And it is smart that regardless of the market situation here, so let's say it's a bull market, and well, let's say it's a bear market, well, sometimes those APIs actually fluctuate by time to time. But as you see in on the left graph, we have a sector-based approach starting from the lending pool and the basis trading arbitrage like Athena style, even for the US Treasury bills, perpetual liquidities, and even for the RWAs. So it's kind of like taking a portfolio approach where users don't really have to know about this sophisticated and complicated stuff. But we do all the things here. But users can actually take advantage of the a stablecoin alpha strategy where they can put their money and let their assets grow. And they can see how we actually allocate our assets in a transparent basis. And we can actually, based on our internal research, we can actually outperform the market with a stable yield portfolio diversified across the next-gen yield sources. And on the left side, you can see that all those RWAs are rising in this market, and also even for like hyper EVM or plasma. And all these sources are coming up from out of nowhere, but we can take advantage of these sources. And even this kind of a sector-based approach actually proves that the correlation is quite low, which means that if we actually have all those sectors in one basket, we can deliver the stable yield up to 8 to 10% stably compared to like other individual DeFi protocols. Yeah, and as I mentioned, the green line is our internal simulation that we can actually deliver on a stable basis compared to the top 10 performing yield sources like Athena. And this means that regardless of the market situation, we can actually have our own protocol working and operating on a stable basis. And this is kind of like a demo version of our product. And our portfolio vault and this kind of investment options will be coming up. And we'll be starting our soft launch late October to early November. And users can just deposit their funds with a Kaia native USDT. And it'll be just a one-click deposit. And there you go. They're just like, you can see like how we actually allocate our assets and how much the APIs and how much they're earning on a daily basis and all the stuff. And yeah, and in the long run, as mentioned before, we'll be integrating with Project Unify on an SDK basis, and we will be serving as the yield module, which will be bringing all those retail users from Line and Kakao and all those messenger apps. So yeah, SuperEarn will serve as the yield module, aggregating all those capital across Asia through local stablecoin partners. And as you may have known, in Japan, there's like JPYC stablecoin coming up. In Taiwan, there are a lot of crypto exchanges working with the stablecoin partners to onboard their own Taiwan dollars into this space. And in total, well, according to our research, this kind of like a regulatory clarity expands across this region, we can actually unlock about 70 billion in US dollars. This is just the start of this new market. So we will be having this protocol and also our product ready when this market actually opens. And believe me, it'll be a huge market for you guys too. So yeah, and during the WebEx event in August, we actually opened up our waitlist. Well, if there's still anyone out there who didn't actually join the waitlist, you can just take a photo of this QR code and join the waitlist now. And within just 3 days, we actually surpassed like 9,500 submitted users with 0 marketing fees. This kind of validates that there's like a real need in this market and also in this Kaia ecosystem. And there will be a strong retail traction, and also confirming that Korea will start as the anchor market here, which we had about like 70% of the responses from Korea. But not only Korea, but also like Japan, Singapore, Hong Kong, Taiwan, and all other Asian countries are really liking and expecting the SuperEarn to come to this space. So yeah, and as I mentioned before, we will be opening up our pre-deposit open beta on a limited time basis. It'll be up to 7 days for the deposit, and that's also our demo page, which is actually showing our transparent dashboard style, where we actually allocate our assets. And these sectors will be diversified and rebalanced dynamically based on the market situation. And for sure, and these protocols are assessed specifically based on our own framework. And there are many more to come with such as Han Finance and AlphaSec, which is also borrowing Tether based on the Kaya collateral, or even for sharing liquidity with the DEX that is coming up on Kaya too. So yeah, that's about it. And we hope to deliver the best deal that we can do. And we want to make Kaya great again together. And yeah, that's about it. And thanks for a presentation today.
Thank you so much, Timmy. I hope that everybody will be able to feed you with more of the yields that you're hungry for today. So thank you so much. I hope that everybody could also earn like a pro. If you didn't get his QR code, just follow Timmy around and he has this QR code at the back of his shirt, so you can have it. Next up, we have to welcome Peter Jung, business manager at AlphaSec. He will introduce how AlphaSec is building Kaya's first order book DEX with deep liquidity, leverage tools, and HFT-ready infrastructure. Round of applause, please. This is your clicker. Yeah, and your mic. Be up front if you want.
Hi everyone, this is Peter. I'm a business lead manager, you call it BD, marketer at AlphaSec. And I'm also a big-time soccer and football lover, and currently a big-time FC25 player, struggling to adapt to FC26 that just launched last weekend. So if anyone has a pro tip to share, just feel free to visit the room in the back and share some insights. Yeah, so happy to be here. As a DeFi enthusiast, it's always exciting to see new DeFi projects serve, different people with new financial incentives. And from watching, GMX to Hyperliquid, the one thing, if I realize anything, is that it's the product or the service that meets the need of the market will survive. And that is why our team has decided to build something never existed on Kaya before. Because Kaya has such a strong community, and with the strong fundamental technologies, they're looking for and desire, a real value-giving infrastructure to grow together, to unlock, full potentials. So, ladies and gentlemen, today I proudly present AlphaSec. In short, AlphaSec, the order book DEX that's first built on Kaya chain. Some claps. Thank you. So our mission just resonates with our name. So we're trying to build a exchange that creates turns traders seconds into every alpha and helping them discover new alpha if they missed the first one. And we just trying to break down the mission into 3 stages. So first, during the spot phase. There you go. First, during the spot phase, we're trying to give out the lowest slippage spot market on Kaya. Then we'll slowly introducing leverage service with 5x spot margin and up to 10% APR LP. Then ultimately, we're going to develop a high frequency and algo traders terminals that are powered by on-chain data. I mean, enough with the big talks. Let me go into details and show you what we provide to our users at each stage. Like I said, Kaya has such a strong community and dedicated community and strong technology, so it deserves a better trading venue. But currently, if you go to Kaya and try to make 1K trades on 30 million market cap assets, sometimes you face over 1% slippage. That's nowhere CX level, and traders wouldn't stick with Kaya to trade. AlphaSec will change that. We're going to actively manage the liquidity depth across trading pairs to maintain the CX level slippage. And with our backtesting data, we are able to maintain below 0.5% slippage for the same asset that users saw over 1% slippage on other on other dexes. The problem is it's the fragmented liquidity, and it's just that we're trying to with the vision to become the single liquidity hub for all Kaia assets. We're going to provide the solution for that. Next, so 5x spot margin with 10% APR LP. Some of you might just question, hey, why don't you just go straight into perps instead of giving out spot margin? So here's the distinction. So perps, they're settled in stable coins because they're synthetic. But spot margins, on the other hand, they're settled in that underlying asset. So whoever trying to increase their margin and lever more trades, they're actually borrowing from that underlying asset, which is creating the real demands for the underlying asset. It's a win-win situation for both of the traders and the asset provider, because traders, they can borrow with more stable interest rate compared to funding rates. And on the other hand, someone who's lending the asset is actually earning the yields. So this structure actually allows us to build an LP where Kaia asset holders can, if there's any idle assets in their wallets, they can deposit to the LP and then lend it to the traders who want to increase their exposure to the Kaia asset. And so this is what we're trying to build. Kaia never had any successful leverage product before, and there is no attractive LP currently, unfortunately. So we're going to build this to get a one bird and two birds in the one stone. So phase 3 is where we actually go really pro. Currently, most of the CX dexes, they limit traders to 8 to 20 orders per second. This is really slow for high frequency traders and algo traders. And none of the CXs have the same listings. So all the different CXs, due to the regulations and operations, they list different assets. This means this enforces traders to spread their funds thin across multiple venues. Not only that, if you try to access any trading data, you have to go to different dashboards like Kaiko, Kaito, Nansen. You have to flip flop different pages to get the data. AlphaSec will change that. We'll start with up to 25 orders message per second. This is already higher than most of the CXs out there. And we're going to allow them to burst 100 orders per second during the unusual market phase. So it means the arbitrager is firing off 100 quotes per second to capture the arbitrage opportunity than any other else. And we're going to provide less than 10 millisecond fill time. And not only that, we are trying to become, not only the single liquidity hub for the Kaia, but we want to become the on-chain hub for all the different funds that are onboarding Kaia. So what we're trying to do is we're going to list of assets that are in priority of the high-frequency traders and the and the high-frequency traders and the algo traders. And also, we're going to provide the unified trader data. So if you imagine this, so it's a Bloomberg terminal with a trading engine. And recently, Kaia announced a bold narrative to become the stablecoin orchestration layer. AlphaSec wants to play a crucial role by providing the FX trade engine that enables seamless trade between stablecoins. We're not going to stop from there. We're also, with the inflow of liquidity of stablecoins, we're going to connect them to the Kaia ecosystem assets. And we're going to provide them the trading pairs, all the different leverage products, and also on-chain commodities, they might be onboarded to Kaia, such as RWAs and on-chain commodities. And what we're trying to do here is we, as a trading hub for all the different on-chain funds, provide provide the massive user adoption from the Web 2 to the Web 3. So I want to wrap up with the 3 words. Scan our QR. This is the QR code that we have for the testnet. And if you follow us on X, so our testnet is launching on November, and our testnet has already launched today, and the mainnet launch will be coming on November. So please keep being updated by following us on X and scan the QR, the testnet, to try out our product. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. If you missed the QR code, you would be able to meet Peter as well on his booth at the other side of the room. So thank you. Now for another DeFi ecosystem from Kaia, a lending protocol to be introduced by Hayden Kwok of Han Finance. Okay. I hope that you remember some specific dates that were already shared. For Super Earn, it's going to be in October. And for AlphaSec, October and November. Am I correct? November for me. There. Did you hear that? November for mainnet. Okay. So, okay. All right. So, let's welcome Hayden Kwok.
Hi, my name is Hayden Kwok, and I make it simple and bold. I'm a founder of Han Finance, and our team is building the cornerstone of Kaia Money Legos. But who am I, really? Here's the thing. I'm a Kaia design. So what? Am I just going to spam exports? No. I was just a regular Kaia holder until recently, inspired by Kaia team's mission to make Kaia great again. I wanted to contribute. So, but what could I actually do? The answer is building a team of DeFi builders. And then, what should we focus on first, and where do we start? Before we answer that, we need to understand the current state of Kaia design's mindset. Since I am a design, mine included. And here's the reality that mindset runs into. The crypto winter wiped out a lot of DeFi services on Kaia. Liquidity got thin, and the money Lego stack lost some pieces. So we keep hearing the same line from users. I don't want to sell Kaia, but I still want to invest on other things. But that is hard today because the layers are too thin. Too few Kaia collateral lots, too few stable mints. So we are starting with a CDP, the first brick to make Kaia DeFi great again. It lets Kaia holders allow liquidity without selling. And before we kick off the CDP, we need to gather the money Lego pieces. Right now, a lot of Kaia held by Governance Council, GC, members isn't LST enabled. To unlock that, park the liquidity, we are building bonded Kaia. So GC members can't keep staking to their own nodes and still hold an LST they can deploy across DeFi. It's called Big Kaia, bonded Kaia. And yes, new entrants to Kaia DeFi can mint LST as well. Big Kaia and existing Kaia LSTs can be wrapped into a single token, HN Kaia. And why doing this? Is because to use every Kaia native yield asset, simplify CDP operations, and one unified collateral layer, and unlock more composability across the stack. And HN Kaia isn't a plain but licit. It implements OFT for omnichain and also standardized the token standard. So CDP is just the first use case. Over time, HN Kaia becomes a base piece for Kaia DeFi. So users post Kaia or HN Kaia as a collateral and mint a synthetic dollar, which is called USDHN. From there, you've got two passes. First, the swap pass. We are launching a cover-style stable swap pool where you can swap USDHN to USDT with low slippage. If you take the USDT route, deposit it into Super Earn, as mentioned earlier, and you will receive a licit token. That licit token is composable. Bring it back to Han Finance and use it as additional collateral. Second, the yield pass is not on the slide. Instead of swapping, park USDHN in our input on options and farm yield directly. Either way, you keep your Kaia exposure and allow liquidity without selling. So if you are Dizen, what do you want to do next? Of course, just loop like a Dizen. The licit token is yield-bearing and stable, so LTP can run high, up to about 20 loops. On paper, theoretically, that's around 65% APR on your original capital, believe it or not. So it is the Han Finance DeFi for Kaia Degens, and please join the wait list and follow us on X. Thanks.
Thank you, Hayden. All right. Our next panel actually will take us across from Asia Pacific, exploring building trust, regulation, and real-world utility. So before we move forward with that, I hope we remember 3 of the products that were actually announced again today: Super Earn, AlphaSec, and Han Finance. Make sure to visit the booth and actually speak with them later today. We still have time to actually network. To add into that, I have here the NFC cards from BipTap. So I'll give this away with you guys here that are here today. We'll be sharing with you this card. This is actually going to be your gateway for your physical card and virtual card with BipTap. So all you need to do is to scan the QR code, sign up, create an account, and easily you can actually open a bank and spend crypto anywhere. They actually said here that you can use it globally with ATMs, POS, and online for 190 countries. But saying this again, this is not the actual card. This is just the NFC, so this is just the beginning. So basically, this is the gateway for that. Klein, can you help me give it away to everyone here? Thanks, Klein. Thank you. All right. The next session will be moderated by Ling Pam, co-founder and CMO of Moneyfi. Please welcome panelists Ploy Bonyavi from Tether, Luke Han, VP at Taiwan Mobile and CEO at TWEX, Nathaniel Christian, co-founder and CEO of IDRX, Young Kim, Senior Manager at Open Asset. Please put your hands together for the panelists.
So we're still waiting for one person, right? So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Linh Phạm Menai, coming from Moneyfi, and today is my privilege to moderate this conversation. We will talk and discuss about the transformative role of the stablecoin in the APAC region. And let's meet our esteemed panelists today. And I will invite each of you to introduce about yourself. And don't forget to tell everybody what is your organization role in the stablecoin market. So let's get started with the lady first.
So hi, my name is Ploy. I am the expansion manager or the country manager for Thailand and also the border of APAC and also Southeast Asia region at Tether, the company behind USDT. So actually, for us, our mission is to create a more efficient and the inclusive financial solution, and also to be able to moving the value across the globe as well. And for Tether, actually for us, we see stablecoin not only being the digital asset, but also being the fundamental bridge between the traditional finance and the new digital economy. Yes.
Next, please.
Hi, I'm Luke, in charge of Web3 business at Tower Mobile, which is one of the largest telecom company in Taiwan. And I also serve as the president of Taiwan Virtual Assets Exchange. So we are doing a lot of Web3 related business, including CEX and DeFi Wallet and so on. Yeah, thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Nael. I'm the co-founder and the CEO of IDRX. We are building Indonesian rupiah back as the most trusted and also the most reliable. And our mission is actually bringing rupiah into the global on-chain economy and making sure rupiah is entering the new states of on-chain economy as well.
Yeah, thank you so much. And you, Yankee, please introduce yourself.
Sorry, let me catch my breath. Sorry, I was having lunch, a late lunch. Hello everyone, my name is Yang, and I'm working as a business development senior manager at OpenAsset. And OpenAsset is has been preparing to be a sorry.
Take your time.
OpenAsset has been preparing to be a stablecoin issuer in the Korean market since 2021, and we have experienced a lot of projects such as CBDC and STO and issuing Korean won stablecoins with financial institutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for your quick information. And the last one is me, Ling Pham. I am the co-founder and CMO of the Moneyfy. So let's share a little bit about our insight about stablecoin market. As you know that the stablecoin market now has surged its total capitalization of nearly $300 billion. And the amazing thing is the on-chain volume right now for stablecoin is exceeding $9 trillion right now, and which APAC region is mentioning is one of the leadership in the stablecoin market. So this is the question for all of you guys. So what is the unique factor that do you think that can make the APEC to be the leadership in this situation? Yes. So, Floyd, can we hear about your thought first?
Hello. Okay. So actually, I think from my perspective, every region is actually equally important. But for APEC, it's also one of the critical region. And I think because of the characteristic of the region that we have, and first one is being, they have the perfect storm of need and innovation. And I think because APEC we have the a really tech savvy and massive young generations who are rapidly digitalizing, and which turn into a ready-made user base of the innovation industry. And also another one is that I think they are being there is a profound need of stability and also efficiency as well. Many people have faced the issue being able to the local currency volatility and even inefficiency of the cross-border settlement, and that's why the stablecoin come in to help with the direct settlement with 24/7 global reach, and also and also the lower cost as well. Yeah.
And how about you? Look.
The Asia Pacific region, such as Taiwan, has a large of manufacturing sector which needs cross-border trading and a huge need from remittance or trade finance. So maybe 5 years ago, if a Taiwanese company such as ASUS, if they want to sell the computer to emerging market like Turkey or maybe Latin America, their counterparty will say, if I can try to make the payments through USDT, they will be good. But a Taiwanese company cannot process the stable coins as payment rails. So maybe 5 years ago, they cannot accept this kind of payment. But after the Genius Act, the banks in Taiwan are faced to the reality. Yeah, so they are starting to evaluate how to leverage stablecoins rail and how to help this kind of corporate partners to leverage stablecoin strengths and bypass the traditional SWIFT rail. Yeah, so I think this kind of stablecoins usage is become more and more important in Asia, especially in Taiwan.
And you, Nathaniel?
Yeah, for me, stablecoin in Asia specifically, it means a lot because in Asia, every single country, they do have their own currency, right? And we know that 99% of stablecoin in our market is dominated by USDT Tether, right?
Yeah.
But I do see that there is a different purpose between USD backed stablecoin and also local backed stablecoin, which we do think that most of the people that currently would like to having an investment, they would prefer to maybe keeping their money on USD backed stablecoin because it's easy for them to be able to get it instead getting dollar in fiat, right? But I don't think our regulator, our government in every single country will be able to accept if every single transaction within our country using USD-backed stablecoin, right?
Yeah.
So I do believe the role of local stablecoin is still there, and we still would lead the stablecoin adoption due to the local payment, especially the cross-border payment as well. Because I do believe there's no reason for our government to accept USD-backed stablecoin for their main currency for do the cross-border payment instead. Right? Yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Thank you for your insight. And you?
I basically totally agree with Christian. From my perspective, Asia Pacific region can be very unique in stablecoins because it is huge and they have all different kind of currencies, and there are so many countries. But unlike Europe, they have different currencies, and they are one of the fastest growing economy regions in the global. So currently, there is no different situation when they're not using the stablecoin when in cross-border payments or remittances. They are using their fiat for trading and payments and remittances, and which means that after they recognize something called stablecoin, they can realize that they can make their remittances and payments much more faster and much more cost efficient, and that is something they can realize very directly. It's not something abstract. So I think that is making companies and governments to boost up to stablecoin scenes much more faster. So I think that is one of the points that can make Asia Pacific region to be unique in stablecoin scene.
Thank you so much for your insight. So from my perspective, I think why the APEC is become a leadership in the stablecoin market because we can see a huge demand in remittance, right, in payment, and also in investment as well. But the fact that we also can see the many risks when we has, a much. That including the AML, anti-money laundering, and about the reserve transparency, and so on and so on. And here the question for you for Theater first. Yeah, so can you tell me about how do you think about how your organization Theater will face with the challenging of the risk of the reserve transparency of the AMLs and etc. The risk in stablecoin markets.
So actually, this question is I wouldn't say coming from the company, but I would speak it on the perspective of what I see. And I think in terms of the risk and the ML and everything, I think the need that we need is to have the clear regulations in order to help that. And that's why we can see a lot of many companies and others like players in the market working alongside together with the regulators in order to help prevent the risk, or even to be able to know what are the risks and educate the risk to the user as well. So yeah, and also in terms of I think in our APEC actually even though we have these strict regulations, we still seeing the positive overall trend in the region, and that is coming from like before we usually going to be like more observative, but now we're becoming more like active engagement into it, and that's also how we wanted to do, like working together with the industry and also alongside together with the regulation of each region, and and that would give the example of how like at our at Tether we actually have our expansion manager for each country in order to be able to like work really closely with the market, with the people, and also to work alongside with the local regulator as well.
Yeah, thank you. And the same question for Nathaniel. So you are the CEO of IDRX, right? And which is the pioneering the first stablecoin pegged to the rupiah in Indonesia. So the same question for you is how is your organization addressing these same challenges around the transparency, the AML, and the stability?
Yep. We're building rupiah-based stablecoin with the clear purpose. We're not building this for helping anyone to do the black market transfer and so on. So we are building this rupiah-based stablecoin to be able to help all the money movement in Indonesia getting more efficient, getting more cheaper, faster, and so on. So hence we're also trying to make it comply as possible as we can. So we need to making sure all the AML compliance that we need to keep strict, and for the transparency reserve, we also do the monthly audit by third party. So we could show to the audience and also our holders that we are the most trusted one, and
that means you will public your reservation, right?
Yeah, we do post on our website on monthly basis, so everyone could see our reserve is more than 1 to 1. So because we do think trust is even more than compliance, right? If we lost our trust, then I don't think the stable coin could.
Yeah, your business is gone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, and how about the anti-money laundering?
Yeah, for the anti-money laundering, we do apply KYC and also KYB for every single transaction. We also integrate with PSP companies that would like to accommodate cross-border payments across the world. And every single transaction should be know who are the sender, who are the receiver as well. Because again, the main purpose of build this stablecoin is not to help the black market transfer, right? Yeah. It's actually to help every single transaction to get cheaper, faster, and more efficient. Yeah, that's our mission.
Just one small question for Ploy and Nathaniel. you guys know about the depoaching threats, right? Depoaching. I mean, yes, your stablecoin is purged 101 to the rupiah and USDT is purged 101 to USD, right? And you guys both know that the depoaching threats. So how your organization can tackling with these solution, with these, risk?
I think this is a really difficult question, and I think I'm not in the place to really answer that question. So I will skip that. Sorry.
So how about you as a CEO? I think you have to
Yeah,
answer this question well.
It's supposedly easy answer, Ploy. You're just making sure our reserve is 1/1 with our bank, which is we do have 1/1 with rupiah. So we're making sure we put on the license custodian that we could that could put our rupiah safely there, and making sure every time, anytime, our holders that would like to redeem into rupiah fiat, they could do anytime, anywhere as well. So we will make sure for every single IDRX holder, if they are using IDRX, even only for the payment rail, they could still redeem into rupiah.
Okay, thank you. Great points. So it's evident that the trust is the foundational for stablecoin adoption. And both Tether and IDRX, I think you are now navigating these challenges very thoughtfully. So let's shift gears to the regulation and the market fragmentation as well. So as stablecoin increasingly pegged to national fiat currencies like USDT to USD and the IDRX to rupiah, right? So the market risk becoming fragmented, crossing diverse monetary system. So let's discuss about the implication and the solution as well. And the question here is, what the worrying issue could arise from this fragmentation in the future? I think this question is for you, Luke.
For my perspective, I think the challenge will always come from regulators issue. In Asia Pacific region, I think there are so many different approaches about stable coins regulation. For example, Hong Kong, I think Hong Kong is actively promoting the stable coin, but in Japan, they are also promoting the stable coin, but I think the detail is so conservatively. And in Taiwan, we are just starting to talking about how to regulate the stable coin, but in the worst case scenario, I think the regulator will treat stablecoin as a kind of retail payment system. If that scenario happened, they will maybe draft the bill about maybe any single wallet could hold the stable coin less than maybe 50,000 New Taiwan dollars, and any single transaction should not exceed the same amount. Yeah, so if they treat stablecoin as a retail payment system, I think there will be a disaster for me. Yeah, so I think the challenge will come from the regulator side. Yeah.
And one small question for you. I know that in Taiwan right now, you guys don't have your own stablecoin right now, right? So do you think that if you over-reliance on dollar-pegged stablecoin like USDT or USDC could undermine the local currency like the Taiwan dollars?
I think USD-based stablecoin will not, become so popular in Taiwan because we only use USDT and USDC to do remittance or in trade financing scenario. So Yeah, I think the most important issue will be our local currency to become a stable coin. Yeah, and currently we are working closely with the regulator to submit a draft bill, and yeah, hopefully it could pass the reviewing process from the legislative year by the end of this year. So after that, I think we will have our own TWD stablecoin, and yeah, I hope we could leverage the TWD stablecoin in retail payment and to become a trading pair with USDT. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for your insight. And Nathaniel, a question for you is, how can, I know that you are the issuer of your stablecoin, right? So how can the issuer, the platform, you guys can, collaborate to foster the interoperability between many stablecoins?
It means for between rupiah
I
and
mean, yeah, you guys is the issuer of
Yep.
the stablecoin as well. I'm sorry if the question is quite very hard to understand. Yeah, so you are the issuer and you also the platform as well. So how the regulator in APAC right now can collaborate to foster the interoperability in stablecoin?
I see. So definitely regulator is they are playing in a crucial role for sure. And and actually issuer and the platform is similar things because we built our own platform just because we allow retail to be able to mint by themselves, right? So our core business model is still becoming a stablecoin issuer. So we do not have any consumer app at this moment to allow people to do payment, for example, to sending money, for example. What we do is simply issuing stablecoin, let our user to mint by themselves, redeem by themselves, make it more accessible for everyone anywhere with with easy access, with bank transfer, with e-wallet, with QRIS, the QR code system that built by the government as well. So again, for the regulators, it's playing a crucial role actually. Having a support, having having a clear framework as well is the foundation for us to growing actually, right? Because if not, then I do see you see people in Asia. I do believe in Korea, in Japan, in Singapore. A lot of people are already using USDT Tether, right? Just because there is no local stablecoin at this moment, right? But now we do have local stablecoin in every single country. There's a lot of local stablecoin in Asia as well. Then I do think there will be a different purpose between USD backed stablecoin and also local currency backed stablecoin. And I do believe regulator would support this movement, because if not, then the concept of local currency sovereignty would be, you know, will be will be not there anymore, right?
Yes. So the fact that only 6 over 48 countries in APAC that have a clear regulation. So this question I want to ask Jang Kim. You are a senior manager of open access right now, right? So how do you think about the fragmentation, and how do you think about the regulation? What are the opportunity you think and the risk in this situation for your organization?
The opportunity and the risks.
Yes, the opportunity and the risk in this situation, and let me repeat again the situation right now. It's just only 6 over 48 countries we have the clearly regulation about stablecoin. So how do you think about the opportunity and also the risk?
Um, the risk first, from my perspective, I think you just mentioned something about on-chain AML and anti-money laundering. And I think that is one of the largest challenges or the risks among all countries in the Asia Pacific region because they all have the different regulations, but stablecoins have strong points on cross-border payments and remittances, and the other opposite side of the country or the regulation needs to accept the regulations or the stablecoins that is built on the opposite side of the country. So I think the AML, the global common or Asia Pacific common or general AML standard or whatever, maybe though, I think from my perspective, I think the local partners, there needs to be local partners to report to the local regulators and follow up whatever the regulators gives some kind of issues. I think that is one.
The risk, right? And how about the opportunity?
The opportunity, I think it is the user experience, improving the user experience on chain or in this Web3 industry. Because from my point of view, still the digital wallet and the on-chain finance is still focused on the Western countries' user experience. And if the user experience is optimized to Asia Pacific region, I think more and more Web2 users can come into Web3 industry, and the market can get much, much bigger and it can scale up. And that is one of the large opportunity. And also what I think is that since the stable coins, everyone knows that the stable coins have big opportunities in payments and remittances, I think at least payment applications such as Alipay or KakaoPay, NeighborPay, LinePay, whatever, and the banking apps that allows users to send money, transfer money, needs to install a digital wallet for users to make transactions on their application with stablecoin. I think that is one of the ways that to grab the largest opportunity in this market.
Yes, so Lloyd, I know that you are your expensive manager pack for Thailand, right? You're Thailand, yes. So can you share a little bit of insight about stablecoin market, especially for Tether, before and after Thailand has finished the regulation for stablecoin?
So actually, just to give you a little context, for Thailand, we don't have the clear regulation on stablecoin, but we have the regulation on cryptocurrency and also exchanges as well. And actually, USDT just being approved by the Thai SEC under the list of the approved cryptocurrency to be able to trade legally on the exchange, and also to allow some of the business to use it for remittances, but also under the supervision of the Thai SEC. Yeah, so actually, even until today, even though there is no clear regulations, but in terms of stablecoin, we are trying to work alongside with the regulators, and also not only that, but also working alongside with the local players, because we know that they know the market best, they know the cultural, they know the economic, they know the consumer behavior of the market, and also they can helping us in order to connect with the regulators and working alongside with the regulator to be able to make stablecoin become even though without the clear regulation, but be able to use it efficiently and also legally as well.
Yeah, thank you so much. So we just have 5 minutes more, and I think the last question is more deep dive into the use case for stablecoin as well. So I will start with Luke first. Can you share a little bit about how your organization can apply stablecoin in real world, and what are the main use cases?
Yeah, I want to identify 3 major use cases. The first should be remittance. Yeah, if we have a Taiwan dollar stablecoin, we could do the swap with other countries' stablecoin. And the second should be a financial market, especially in RWA. And the final is retail payment. Yeah, so as I mentioned before, I think retail payment, yeah, if we could leverage the stablecoin in retail payment, yeah, everything will become very, very smooth.
Useful,
yeah.
that use case. And I think Young Kim, can you say a little bit your use case in stablecoin?
Um, in Korea, the retail market is really, really huge. And I believe, as far as I know, the altcoin market size is the first or the second largest in the global. The South Korea, the market is huge. And so from my perspective, I think the retail payment market, the retail payment use case is one of the strongest use cases in the Korean market. And the first thing that I can think of is that annually millions of Koreans travel to Japan for traveling. And if they have a Korean won stablecoin on their payment application, they can just change their fiat to Korean won stablecoin, and they can swap to Korean won stablecoin to JPYC, and they can just use the offline payment infra on the application by spending their JPYC coin. So I think that is one of the easiest use case, but the strongest use case that we can think of as a Korean.
Yes, and how about you, Nathaniel? So which of the, the use case you will, develop for your stablecoin in Indonesia?
Yeah, I do believe the most killer use cases for Indonesia is still cross-border payment and remittances. But on top of that, with the real-world asset coming and the rising of real-world asset as well, I don't think there's no way for other crypto like Bitcoin, Ethereum will becoming the main currency for someone that would like to buy RWA, right? So I do believe that local currency stablecoin like IDRX for rupiah specifically, if there is another capital market that coming to Indonesia, and also, for example, we open the access for everyone that would like to buy the government bonds in Indonesia, for example, it will be very make sense if they're using rupiah stablecoin instead Bitcoin, Ethereum, or even USDT, for example, right? So,
Great.
yeah, I do believe that will be the most killer use case for rupiah-based stablecoin.
Yes, and about Tether, I know that Tether now is looking for SME that they developing the use case for stablecoin to invest. Yeah, and can you share a little bit about this insight?
Actually, for the invest topic, I am not the right person I choose to answer. I have to say that. But instead of that, actually can give you some of the use case that we having in Thailand as well. So it might not be investment, but it could be some of the stablecoin utility that really being implemented under the regulatory sandbox in Thailand. So right now we actually have our own Thai baht stablecoin as well, and one of them are being able to use to for payment. And apart from that, we also doing the tourist DigiPay, which is under the regulatory sandbox in which they allow the foreign tourists to be able to use their digital asset, including stablecoin, to pay directly to the merchants. And then the merchants, they can get Thai baht directly, so they doesn't have to convert into cryptocurrency or anything. And that would actually help us to resolve the problem of monetary stability that our regulators or our government are really having the problem with. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. So before we wrapping up, so let me share a little bit about Moneyfi, because I know Moneyfi is a real use case for stablecoin in the stablecoin market. So before we developing Moneyfi, we do a trader. I am a trader. I'm a real trader as well, yes. And I often holding Bitcoin and Ethereum and also do the future trading. And so after a time, I realized that we all get lost. We get lost. Everything, right? We can win first and lost then. So that's why me and my college, my CEO, he's sitting there. We are fighting that if we are keep our value, our access in stablecoin, it's maintained there and it's go nowhere. So that's why we find that DeFi, the decentralized finance, is really a very exciting thing that we have to integrate stablecoin into the DeFi. And Moneyfi is the platform which we focus 100% on stablecoin, and we're helping people to maximize their earning in stablecoin with the APR at least 15%. 15% in stablecoin right now, and I think Moneyfi we are now developing. We finished the SDK launching, and
we can integrate to your SEX, your centralized exchange, and we can, we can integrate your stablecoin, and also can collaborate with people and can bring the value and the benefit to the end user as well. Yes, so I think the panel discussion is ran out of time right now. So thank you for your insight, for your information today, and thank you so much for your attendance today.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
How's that?
Yes, yes, yes. She's bring the mic for you.
Hi, thank you for the insights on the panel. However, my observation is that there are 4 people on the panel. Primarily, you're talking about Thailand, Taiwan, Indonesia, and Japan primarily. It's very good that we're focusing on the Asian market.
South Korea.
South Korea, okay. Our neighbors. So from that perspective, my question is that coming from a Web 2 perspective, a user coming to Web 3, we are talking about 4 different countries here. However, everyone is talking about CBDCs in their own countries. Are you then not making the user experience more difficulties and more complexities because there is no single stable coin that Asia has come up with? Other than that, in case we end up using USDT or Tether, as you mentioned, don't you think that we are still contributing to the dollar domination? When will Asia get up? And are we then on track to receive or maybe develop an Asian stable coin instead of just contributing to the digital dollar?
Yes. So who is a volunteer to answer his question? So Floyd cannot because of his the company policy. He cannot answer the question. So maybe Luke, you can share your thought first.
Okay, quick answer. I think the user experience will be the most important if you want to convert individuals from Web 2 to Web 3. So they don't need to know about the technical things or USDC, USDT, CBDC, or something else. They just want to know a wallet they can use in their daily life, like LiPay, Kakao, or Gcash. Yeah, so I think the most important will be the client journey, the user experience. Yeah.
And you?
Yeah, I will try to answer from my perspective, sir. So I do believe the user even don't need to know that they are using stablecoin for their businesses, for their payment as well, right? What they want to achieve is actually to sending money, for example, for cross-border payment use case, for example. What they want is actually sending money to their family or to their friends within minutes with less than with less than a cent, for example. How? They just use the consumer app, for example. Then that's the reason why the most important thing to be able to increasing the adoption of a stablecoin is actually having a consumer app that integrate the stablecoin for the settlement layer and also the integration, basically. So if not, then like you said, the end user would still confuse whether we are using USDT, whether we are using PYUSD, whether you're using MetaMask USD, whether I'm using a JP Morgan, and so on and so forth. So my 2 cents would be the stable coins that have more integration, they will be the winner in the space, right? The most integrated one will be the most used in the space. Yep.
And you, Young Kim?
I might be getting wrong what you mean, but from my perspective, I think you are mentioning rather the local stable coins have any kind of meaning. Have enough. Is it meaningful to have local stable coins even though we have USD based stable coins in every each country in the Asia Pacific market. But from my perspective, as a trader, not by a senior manager in this company, as a trader, I think it's not about the political thing. I think it's about the purchase power, because I have fiat based on Korean won, and I want to buy a something, maybe something on chain, and I have to buy USD based stablecoin on CEX and go to on chain currently. But if I have the stablecoin on based on my fiat, I think the money price value doesn't change when I change my fiat to my local currency stablecoin. So I think the value can be much more stable compared to the situation that I purchased some kind of digital asset via USD-based stablecoin. So this kind of situation happens because our local currency is not based on USD. I think in that perspective, local stablecoins have some kind of meaning.
Yeah, so I think stablecoin now is in a very early stage. So it's still growing and growing, and we have to face many challenges, and we have to solve it together. Not only, not only Tether or not only IDRX can face all the challenge that you mentioned here, but we are now here to discuss about how we can collaborate and how we can develop the stablecoin and for the future of our prosperity and wealth. Yes, so I think we don't have much time because we have to keep the schedule right now. So I appreciate that much for your question and appreciate that much for your energy today. And thank you so much for listening our panel discussion. Maybe we can.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ling. Thank you, Ploy. Thank you, Luke. Thank you, Nathaniel. And thank you, Young. We'll now move forward to the most exciting part of today, of the Kaia Summit. Today is actually the Stablecoin Hackathon final demo day. Our finalists will be showcasing their projects to a panel and all of you. This will be moderated by Aiden Park. Let's cheer on the teams as they demo the future of stablecoin innovation.
Johnny，周末全部带下来这边，不是你们两个去那边咩？对呀、对呀、等下，等下，等下，等下。
Okay, hello everyone. This is Kaia. I'm Aiden. I'm the development lead at Kaia Foundation, and I'm today's moderator for the final demo day of the Kaia Wave Stablecoin Summer Hackathon. So let me introduce more about the Kaia Wave Stablecoin Summer Hackathon. So this hackathon is actually our flagship hackathon event for this year, and we are targeting to onboard the leader builders and the early stage founder teams for our DeFi ecosystem powered by stablecoins. So for this hackathon, we actually received a huge amount of applications. I mean, from over 500 participants, and with 94 teams submitting their projects. So today, the 5 finalist teams selected through the intense competition will compete for the final top rankings. So for this hackathon demo day, each team will have 10 minutes in total, 7 minutes to pitch their project, and 3 minutes for some short Q&A session with judges. So please make sure to strictly adhere to the allocated time. So yeah, so the first team to present is Kiloran. Please give them a warm welcome and a big round of applause.
How about clicker? Hi everyone. Can I check the slide first? Okay. Okay, look okay. All right, can I start now? Uh, Hi everyone, this is KiloLend stablecoins focus decentralized lending with AI online mini dApp. Today, like many countries in Asia try to issue their own stablecoin, like Thailand, Japan, Korea, making a stablecoin moving toward the mass adoption, right? The biggest use case of stablecoin right now is used as a bridge in DeFi. You can increase the exposure of your ETH, your Gaia tokens by borrow the stablecoin to swap to your token without selling it. Uh, Onboarding is so challenging because we are target online users. Most of them are new to Web3 and how we can supporting them. So introducing KiloLend. KiloLend make DeFi lending simple, easy with AI. We have AI agent onboarding for the new Web3 users. Right now we live on Gaia mainnet. We are stablecoin focused. We actually fork the protocol actually fork from Compound V2, which is very secure, robust, and we have a custom risk management contract for each asset class, one for stablecoin, another one for non-stablecoin. This is how the curve look like. The interest rate is changed dynamically based on utilization, and the Gaia token, native token, is designed as the collateral only mode, prevent like legacy issues. This is the screenshot of the mini dApp that we make during the hackathon. This is the video demos. Anyone can come to use our mini dApp and actually can log in with the Line account. And after that, you can simply supply the token like USDT to earn a passive income 1.1 APY. And right now we support like 5 tokens, but we're going to show you that we're going to show like how we can supply Gaia token that later on we can borrow USDT from it. Right now we're going to supply 20 Gaia tokens. And after you supply, you're going to receive like C tokens that allow you can withdraw it with interest later on. And later on, if you want to borrow it, you can check how much token you can borrow. We're going to borrow 3 USDT. You can check like borrow APR and then confirm. And after you confirm, after you receive like 3 USDT, you need to come back to Minidap from time to time to check your health factors that you need to maintain. Right now it's 1.8. You need to maintain to greater than 1.2, and you can check like supply position, borrow position in case you want to return your token to the protocols with KiloLend. So no need to maintain your own private key. Just log in with your Line, and then you can have your wallet ready, and you can generate a QR code and send this QR code to someone else to let them send Gaia token, send like any token by scan the QR code, and then let you get started. And we also have the AI assistants. that allow the AI to analyze your portfolio, checking market data, whether you are beginners or expert, AI can helping you. We have three different AI character with different like personality. We can try with the Tiger AI one. You can see how it react, and we can like keep asking the AI about what we need. Like we can do try out like can you analyze my portfolio? It's going to be checking my portfolios and also like provide recommendations that what I need to do. So you can see it provide like many options that I can do. But anyway, at the beginning, it telling me like your health factor is not good considering to do something. So we have like incentive program named Kilo Points that we can convert into a Kilo tokens when we have it. Basically, we distribute it like 100 100K kilo point a day per user activity. You can come to check the leaderboard, and you can also invite friends online to increase like multiplier that allow you can have more chance to get more kilo point. And also we also implement a so-called confidential AI, which is like experiment feature for some whitelist users that allow like AI agent to execute transaction like borrow, lending inside a TEE. It's like zero knowledge proof at the hardware level that allow like AI agent to do tasks on behalf of the users. We have like live analytic dashboard made by Dune. Anyone can come to check our TVL, key data in real time. This is our markets, the small market and free market. We focus on the large user who want to do lending and borrowing the statement coin online. And this is the business model, like any other lending protocol that we take cut from interest spread between like supply and borrows. And we're going to take a fee from the future service that we may provide to the users. And we're going to have the Kilo tokens and have like many benefits to the token holder. This is a go-to market. We use Line as the main channels and going to host many in-person events in Asia. This is a team led by me, Pisut. I'm Thai, but we based in Japan. I work in crypto for full time around like 7 years. I work in like many crypto startup. We have two more team members, one AI expert and one dev. This is the roadmap. Right now we on Kaia mainnet have Kilo Points program support like 5 token right now. Next step, we're going to upgrade our AI agent to be fully autonomous and support more tokens and partner with like more project on Kaia. This is all about us. You can scan the QR code for our Line official account. If you don't have Line, you can follow our Twitter. Thank you.
Thank you for the great presentation from Kilo Run team. So now we will have short Q&A sessions with judges for 3 minutes. So if you guys have any questions or comments, please raise your hand, and then I can bring the mic to you. Yep.
I start first. So this is Neo, leading technology from Kaia. So I just have a quick questions right here about your AI agents. So at this moment, it's only for guidance, right? Is guidance of the features is what you have for your AI agents at this moment?
Yes, it's guidance mean the AI can analyze portfolios like it read or read, it cannot execute yet. But the next step, we want to upgrade the AI to be like proactive and can be like execute the transactions.
So
Yes.
what about the confidential AI? Is it like kind of advanced features that you're gonna have with, of the next step features that you have for the AI agents?
Next step, we're going to implement like autonomous AI agent with it like TEE. I think crypto people right now we familiar with like Fala, right? Normally like autonomous agent, we need to Dockerize, run inside like Fala TEE. But for us, we plan to using the TEE from AWS cloud called like Nitro Encave. We have
I mean, uh, that AI agents like Super V1 that running right now, but uh, only like whitelist user can use because of running inside T is not cheap. We need to
Resources,
pay
yeah.
like more than $100 to running it.
So what would be the features running on the TEE environment for the AI agents?
So you can chat with AI and like provide the condition that you want. I mean, at the beginning, we want to AI agent to interact with our protocol first, but in the long run, the AI agent supposed to be do swap tokens or do something more than what or like can swap token on another protocols or do cross chain swap.
Yeah, what we call the write functions, probably. Yeah, that would be me.
Yeah, I'm Daniel from Cicada Capital. So we have a DeFi liquidity provision fund, and my question is from the point of view of liquidity provider. So could you provide me with the estimated APY for providing capital, providing liquidity into your lenders pools?
This is like super hard to estimate right now because of interest rate. APY is based on demand and supply, right? So we need to like onboard more users, need to let like people come to borrow it, so then APY will be increased. But for stablecoin, I think it should be around like 1% to 3%. But for non-stablecoin, the APY should be more than that, more than like 5 or maybe up to like 20%.
Are you also going to provide your kilo token as incentivization for liquidity providers?
Yes, we're going to provide like kilo tokens.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I'm Arun from Caledon over here. Wanted to ask a bit more about the Kilo token itself. So I know that's the point, and you guys are planning to launch the token. So how will value accrue back to the token? Like what's in it for token holders in the future?
This is what we are thinking right now, but yeah, we plan to finalize the tokenomics like by the end of the year. But yeah, it can be like the discount. It can be something that giving you the benefit to use our dApp, like, or maybe special features, or you can access to the agent in TEE. If you don't have it, you may not be able to access that features.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for a great presentation, Kiloland team. So, yeah, so next presenter will be from Lucky Savings team. Yeah.
Hello, hello. Thanks for being patient. Thanks. Stephen Chung here with Lucky Savings. Thank you, Kaia team, for having us up here. So Lucky Savings, Lucky Savings is a new protocol on Kaia, Save to Win. So our vision is to transform everyone's savings into a free and fair lottery and Launchpad by integrating with Line Messenger and seamless access. Lucky Savings is a lossless lottery and Launchpad built on Line app using Kaia infrastructure. It's a problem. Everybody loves lotteries, but nobody wants to lose, right? You have to spend money to get into the lottery, and if you don't win, all of your deposit is gone. So we solved this at Lucky Savings by creating a lossless lottery. What's a lossless lottery? No capital loss. Only the yield for your deposits generate the lottery pool. So if you deposit some money, you generate the yield, you have the chance to win. And we do this all in the back end through DeFi contracts. So it's seamless. We don't control the money. It goes straight into DeFi. The yield that's generated is then part of the lottery pool. Whoever creates the yield has a chance to win. But if you don't win, you can always get your money back. The longer you leave it in the pool, the more chances you have to win. Well, we're specifically doing this with Kaia and Line because of the massive outreach. There's a lot of different protocols out there, and we believe and we feel that Line and Line and Kaia has some of the best distribution. And really, with any DApp, it's all about distribution. User friendly. So Kaia has account abstraction and paymaster functions. So ultimately, long run, we can create an environment where people can deposit without having gas fees. We can abstract that away using the paymaster functions of Kaia, making blockchain interaction intuitive. Why now? I've been in the space for quite a while, since 2015. I've seen the space grow and develop as a whole. The infrastructure is now getting to a point where you can build really interesting products like Lucky Savings. Before this, there wasn't enough infrastructure. You couldn't do the things like account abstraction. EVM was still new when I first got started. So the infrastructure there is there, distribution is there, we're in the right place at the right time. And with the Unity project on Kaia, this potentially could be very big in terms of unifying the APAC region stablecoins. So key features. We're trying to keep it super simple because at the end of the day, this app is targeting retail users, people that don't want to lose their money but want to participate. So we only have 2 pools right now, USD pool and a Kaia pool. And within those 2 pools, there's a daily drawing. So every day there's a drawing that happens with the yield, and up to 4 people can win the daily drawing. And then we also have like a big jackpot pool to keep people interested. So there's a 10,000 Kaia or a 10,000 USDT pool. Once it hits that amount, at that time, there's a drawing. So it's a significant amount of money that can really make a difference for somebody that's in the lottery. At the end of the day, you're giving up your yield, but you want the chance to win the big pool. So as before, the user can withdraw their deposits at any time. So coming soon, our second concept to go along with this is once we get user base into Lucky Savings, and they realize it's safe, it's DeFi, the deposits can be withdrawn at any time, we plan to do a launchpad. Think lossless launchpad, think lossless pump.fun. So you can deposit your deposits in there. We take the yield, provide that to the protocol or the project or the meme coin that wants to launch, and in return, the users get the tokens. At the end of the day, if it graduates, the users can withdraw the deposits, move it on to another project if they want. So there's a lot of options, a lot of interesting synergies with this. So right now, our app is live. It's not online official DApp portal yet, but it is live on Kaia chain. We do have rewards. We have airdrop points. We're trying to make it super simple and easy to understand. So as soon as you deposit, you start earning airdrop points. The longer you deposit, the more points you earn. And sharing profile, I'll do a demo in just a second. And the Lucky Savings team. So myself, I was in traditional finance previously, got into crypto 2015, and been here ever since. Done a lot of DeFi projects. Part of the reason why I'm in this doing Lucky Savings. Andy Lee is a co-founder as well. He launched Legends of Arcadia, which is a GameFi project. Dennis, which is our developer, which wants to remain anonymous, and Roy, which also launched another GameFi project called Hype Saints. So we've got lots of experience in crypto and DeFi and Web3. So that's the end of that. Let me do a quick demo. It's only on this screen. So let's see. So you see the app, and very basic, very simple. You can either join Kaia or USDT. Well, we got to be online first. So while we're waiting for that, technical difficulties, nice. Okay. You join Kaia or USDT. The USDT pool currently is, the backend is using Avalon.finance. The yield is very low on there, so we're kind of waiting for the Super Earn, which is part of the Kaia team, to launch, and we think that the yield is going to be very good there. Great. We have some technical difficulties. Let me show the Dune dashboard while we're waiting then. So we've been live on chain for about a month and a half. We've got quite a few deposits in Kaia. Total TVL currently is around 287,000. We've got a total amount claimed in terms of stake Kaia, about 7,000. Stake Kaia has been earned and won by different users on the site. We have new wallets growing pretty steadily. We've got some campaigns going on with some awesome partners as well. So you can check out our Dune dashboard. This is live on mainnet. And then let's go to the fun stuff. Joining Kaia. So we've got 1.8 million Kaia currently staked in the pool. So every day there's a drawing. Up to 4 winners are drawn in this on a daily basis. In 2 hours or so, there's going to be a prize pool of about 1,400 Kaia, which is about $200. That's going to be won for some lucky savings winners. And then there's a $10,000 Kaia jackpot. Once it hits 10,000, one lucky winner will get drawn, and they'll get the whole prize pool. Save time for some questions and answers.
Yeah, since we have limited time, we can get only one question. Sorry about that. Yep.
Yeah, I have quite simple question. First of all, are the winners like randomly selected, or the more I buy, the more chances I have?
The more yield you provide, the more chances you get. It's completely random using Oracle.
Yeah, interesting. So it's like a purely DeFi protocol wrapped into retail ready like UI.
Yeah, we don't hold any of the funds. It's all done through smart contracts. Stake Kaia is we're using Layer.finance to earn the yield.
Yeah, that was my second question. Like, just to have more details, like which yield farming strategies are being used, like which protocols, where this yield's coming from.
So currently, the Stake Kaia is coming from Layer.finance. We try to keep it super simple, and I've been in DeFi for a long time, been rugged a lot of times. We definitely try to keep more of the lower risk profile. So Super Earn, which is backed by Line and Kaia, is definitely going to be our USDT pool. And we don't need a ton of different strategies. We just need one for each pool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. Feel free to talk to me after if you have any questions.
Ian from Animoca Brands investment team.
Yes.
Please connect with me afterwards. We'd love to learn more.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much again for Lucky Savings team. So, yeah, the next team to present is No Rules Protocol. Yeah, please give them a warm welcome and a big round of applause.
Check. Okay, hello everyone. What if you could bet on the future, but if you win a big prize, but if you lose, if you wrong, you lose nothing. That sounds impossible for now, but it's a future of prediction market. We are no loss protocol. Our mission is simple: win the yield and keep your stake. Let's talk about problem in prediction market for now. Prediction market are designed to people lose their money. Up to 90% of people lose their money. So it's create a extremely zero-sum game. It's make a market limited adoption. So it also only several small of group who willing to a big risk. So it's limit the growth. Next, what is no loss protocol? We turn a zero-sum game into positive-sum game. We are redefining the prediction market by removing user risk and maximizing the reward. How it's work? It's give a one-click prediction on prediction market, and then we give you positive sum payout. We give you instant on-chain, and it's Kaia native protocol, and it's leverage yield win. So no one lose in here. Here is how it work. You choose use equation like how TVL Kaia in next year. You choose yes or no and stake your stable coin. All the pool and in the stable coin goes into trusted yield protocol. And finally, we earn together, interest we earn together, this as a price for the correct question. So if you win, you will get your stake back and share of the prize pool. And if you lose, you are get your 100% of your principal, all guaranteed. This is the on-chain market opportunity. We have 200 million line user that 35 million line already have Web3 wallet via Line Mini D app. Our target and are realistic. We are targeting less than 1%. It's 200,000 active user with 100 million in volume. Next, the fear of total loss in Kaia stablecoin is more than 100 million USDT. So our no loss protocol is designed to unlock this massive unused money. So next, our biggest advantage is line integration. With partnership with Line, we give no loss protocol from just an app into social viral experience that live inside the million people use it with seamless onboarding. You can see it's just click on yes or no, and then it's create seamless. So it unlocks massive user base. Next, we also use strategic ecosystem. We use Avail Nexus for future cross-chain, and we use Oracle Network for resolving market outcome, so no one can cheat with Oracle. And then we use Dune dashboard for on-chain transparency and analytic. So here's how it works. In Q3, we already developed the D app, fully working D app, and building our brand. In Q4, we plan to launch our public testnet on Kaia and build our core community. In Q1 2026, we are planning to launch our audited mainnet Kaia and initial user acquisition. And this leads to Q2 2026. We want to drive massive growth via Line integration, and we want to integration with local stablecoin like EDRX or Korean won, SGD. Next, this is me. My name is Rashid. I'm founder and chief architect. I'm building no loss protocol to eliminate the risk of the DeFi user that prevent mainstream for adoption in on-chain application. I'm 6 years in experience with winner in 5 more global hackathon like 1inch Base, Reactive Network, Espresso, and many more. So next, let's try the live demo. You can just go to nolossprotocol.xyz. and then you just connect with Kaia wallet. It's just simple as that. Sorry, let me try. Now, after this, you can see landing page. This is no loss guarantee and 100% yield sharing. And then how it works is just see question like, will Kaia TVL surpass 5 billion by end of this year? You just enter the market with yes or no. I think yes. You just must maybe 100. Just confirm stake. It's approve the transaction. Then confirm the stake transaction. Just simple as that to join the market. And then we already have faucet for testing. And then I can show you the admin page. This is the dashboard. There are 100 million TVL for mock USDT. We already have new market interface. And then this is for Kaia admin page for market, will Kaia TVL. And then we can resolve in here. And then we use menu for user. Oh, this is the transaction for resolving. Okay. I think today prediction markets are broken.
Any bets or any predictions made for non-on-chain metrics?
We can bet on anything. We can bet on news. We can bet on.
Slightly technical question. Why do you guys need to integrate DA?
This is just
on Rika Vault, and we will give them a future. So it will generate real.
Or how will you drive user to the Kaia chain?
Understood. Actually, as you know, DGens are very fast and smart. They are just seeking for higher APY and where the money can create it. So if this is just viral, they will just come. So maybe we will just, this is kind of our showcase. This hackathon is also. So now everyone in Kaia know Rika will be on December. So, and they will get 8% APR and 10% APR from it. So marketing is over, I think, because, you know, the higher APR is better experience, and higher interest is, yeah, that is the user's problem, and we gave them a solution.
Yeah, so my question is, how will you make those higher APY? What's the source of those funds?
Athena and Pendle. We have Athena and Pendle, and that is offering like 8 to 10% APY from Ethereum. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Sure that the TVL is still accounted for on Kaia, so your protocol actually benefits Kaia instead of Ethereum.
That is why we are minting RKUSDT. So we can just count RKUSDT as a USDT in Kaia, while the real USDT is printed into Ethereum. So it is, yeah, it is quite shady, but it is kind of double counting problem. Yeah, but you know, I think that would be the foundation and user want.
Hi, I'm Benji from Line Next. So how would you be able to stand out among others once we see like new yield-bearing token projects coming out on Kaia? Because like, what are the factors that could maybe differentiate your product from others?
Actually, most different thing is we can use another chain source. That would be different because, you know, the activity in Kaia is not that much active now. So the yield and other interest can generated in Kaia is quite lower than other mainnet network. So that would be our differentiation to Kaia native yield sources.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. Arun from Caledon over here. So there's two sources of yield, Pendo and Ethena, right? So from the user's perspective, do they get to choose whether they want the yield from Pendo or Ethena, or are you just gonna give them a blended yield? And if it's blended, how are you gonna decide the proportion?
Actually, for the moment, we have only Athena at the moment, so we have not decided to how to separate our fund. However, maybe we will launch our own token, like Yon Finance, so maybe the user can govern the distribution of our fund. Yeah, that would be the utility of our token soon.
Got it.
Okay, thank you everyone, and thank you again for the great presentation, Reka USD team. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
And the last presenter, the last team to give a presentation for today's final demo day is Senja team. Please give them a warm welcome and a big round of applause.
Check. All right, GM everyone. My name is Goza, and I'm from Senja, the first permissionless lending protocol online mini apps. Yeah, stablecoin season is here. In 2025, stablecoin has a fundamental for a foundation for lending protocol or yield across generation to the ecosystem. In based on DeFi Llama, stablecoin nearly reached $290 billion. So the next step is unlocking stablecoin utility on Kaya with USDT or anything. So this is the adoption challenge. Kaya have immersive progress. Now Kaya supports multiple stablecoin, USDT, the first one, and the second one is a local stablecoin such as IDRX. The potential of this stablecoin is a huge for lending, borrowing, and real-world use case. But most stablecoin remain underutilized without a clear destination right now. So that's why we here build Senja. Senja is a permissionless stablecoin lending borrowing protocol built on the Kaya ecosystem. Also, Senja is live on Line mini apps, while users can supply collateral, supply liquidity, repay the debt, even using cross-chain. Our cross-chain using layer 0, and yeah, we utilizing Dragon Swap on Kaya ecosystem to manage the collateral itself to Senja. And this is the overview of our apps. Yeah, like I said before, Senja have a supply collateral, supply liquidity, and borrow cross-chain, and many more. But the first one, I will explain about how the borrow cross-chain work. So, while users borrow to the destination chain, the liquidity on Kaya will not remove. It will not be burned. We will to the destination chain will have a synthetic token to mint, and yeah, user get loan the synthetic token to the destination chain. So the utility of the synthetic token is for what? So we have the fault using ERC 4626, which is the user who supplied the real token will get reward as a synthetic token, and yeah, the synthetic token will be have functionality to the Kaya ecosystem itself. And yeah, so the user who have borrow, they got the real token by default. And this is for the trading as collateral or swap collateral itself. We utilizing Dragon Swap in Kaya ecosystem to manage user the collateral if the collateral have been volatility, user can manage the asset more safety. And also, this project is not for Senja itself. This is for Kaia ecosystem itself. We have a buyback mechanism, which is 95% of the protocol fees will buy back by the assistant funds and will be traded again to Kaia. So this is designed for stablecoin, and Senja places stablecoin as a lending and borrowing protocol starting with USDT, IDRX, and GPYC, and many more. Alongside stablecoins, Senja also support other assets such as Kaia, Wrap Bitcoin, Wrap It, and many more, giving users more flexibility while keeping stablecoins as the core utility driver. And yeah, the contribution to the ecosystem, to increasing TVL on Kaia, and the second one empowering stablecoin utility, and the third one is Kaia buyback. Yeah, for the stablecoin market shares, there are a global stablecoin market. There are $150 billion in circulation, and the second one regional opportunity, and the last one is Kaia ecosystem itself. So this is the business model. There are lending and borrowing spread, and the second one liquidation incentives. So the third one collateral swap fee, and the last one fee and buyback mechanism. So I always say it like this Senja would be a native lending protocol. So yeah, 95% of protocol fees will be converted again to the Kaia again. So we have the expansion strategies for the adoption driver, growth loops, and expansion path. Just be like that. We're using layer 0, Oracle, DragonSwap, and others. So we maximize to the Kaia ecosystem will be our ecosystem. So we the maximize for all ecosystem. So this is the Senja roadmap. Started in Q3 as live on mainnet, and yeah, and the last will be upgraded to more platform. So this is the demo. Yeah. This is an overview of Senja, the apps. Yeah. The first one, connect the wallet.
Is fully native to the Line Mini D apps. And unlike many DeFi projects, Senja is not a fork of any existing protocol. First, we create a new lending pool permissionlessly. Anyone can launch a pool without approval, setting the foundation for isolated pools. Next, we select the Wrapped Kaia and USDT pool. Here, we supply 1,000 Wrapped Kaia as collateral. The deposit is confirmed directly inside the Line Mini D app. With collateral supplied, we can borrow 10 USDT, either on Kaia or on another supported chain. Thanks to Layer 0, this cross-chain loan is executed securely in a single transaction. To verify the transaction, we open Layer 0 Scan. Here you can see the cross-chain message confirming the borrow action. Back in the app, we swap 10 Wrapped Kaia into USTD using the integrated DragonSwap module. This shows how users can adjust their collateral without leaving their position. Finally, we partially repay the USTD loan. The position remains open, and the protocol updates instantly across all chains. Thank you for watching.
Yeah. So the last one is for Dune Analytics. We have 8,000 of USDT as a TVL and several thousand rep Kaia. And yeah, here we are. If you want to interest with our project, you can scan with this one. And also, this is our team. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So yeah, we will have short Q&A sessions for 3 minutes for Senja team. Yes, Aiden.
Hello, I'm Aidan from Kaia. I want to know more about how your protocol is managing the liquidity in multiple chains. So, for example, if all users just deposit tokens on chain A and then just want to withdraw on chain B, then at the time chain B don't have enough liquidity. So,
yeah. So, nice question. Basically, Senja is on in Kaia is a host chain as an origin chain. When for the other chain, it purposes to increasing TVL on Kaia. So if you using Stargate, Stargate have a mechanism burn and min. So if in Senja, the TVL it's the liquidity itself, it's not gonna burn anymore. It will be locked on Kaia liquidity. So we will bring for another chain liquidity to Kaia using layer 0, also with provide with Stargate itself.
then when the token has been breached from another chain, then at the time that is not a real token, it's a synthetic token. So how can you convert it to original?
Yeah.
And also you may need the breaching fee.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that is another issue on.
Yeah. So like I said before, we have a fault ERC 4626. It will be breached in it will be there in another chain. So user who have a synthetic token, it can be converted to there. So user who supplies the liquidity and got rewarded the synthetic token, it will be functional again. User can bridge again to the Kaia. So for the other chain, it will be burned the synthetic token, and the token lock when user locking token, it will be released to users who can manage that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. If you guys don't have more questions, then yeah, thank you again for the great presentation, Senja team. Yeah. So since all teams have now completed their presentations, for the judges, please submit your the final scores for the finalist teams with the Google form that we've shared with you. So we will take a short moment to finalize the internal judging process. So yeah, in the meanwhile, let's I'll briefly introduce our great judges for today's hackathon. So yeah, we have 9 judges in total for this hackathon. We have Aaron from Caledon Investment Associate. Yeah, please give a big round of applause. Yeah. Yeah, and we have D1 chairman of Night Fury team. Yeah, please give a warm welcome. And yeah, we also have Daniel Kim, general partner of X Wave Labs. And we have Feroz, brand director of Anchor. Yeah. Thank you. And we have Daniel again, Director of Business Development from Cicada. Yeah, thank you. And we have Benji Kim, Director of Web3 Business Group from Line Next team. Thank you so much. And we have Neil from Kaia Foundation, the Head of Technology. Thank you. Yeah, and lastly, we have Aidan Kwon, VP of Technology from Kaia Foundation. Yeah, thank you. So we will have, we will take a short moment to finalize the final rankings. Okay, I think it's already now. So yeah, thank you again for waiting. So the final judging is now complete. So yeah, it's time to announce the final rankings. First, for third place, Daniel from Cicada will be presenting the award. Yeah, Daniel, please come up to the stage. Yeah, just yeah. Okay, so now it's time to announce the third place. Congratulations to Senja. Woo! Senja team, please come up to the stage. Yeah, congratulations again. Third place team will receive 15,000 USDT as a prize. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Oh, you should read it. Thank you. Okay, for the next, the second place. So Benji from Lionx team will be presenting the awards. So Benji, please come up to the stage. Yep. So for second place, congratulations to Kiloland. Kiloland team, please come up to the stage to get the prize. Yeah, congratulations again. The second place team will receive 25,000 USDT as a prize. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Congratulations again. Yeah, so finally, for the first place, Aidan Guan from Kaia Foundation will be presenting the award. Aidan, please come up to the stage. Yeah. So for first place, huge congratulations to Lucky Savings team. Stefan, please come up to the stage. Huge congratulations. And then the first place team will receive 35,000 USDT as a prize. Thank you so much. Please stay in the state, Aidan, please. So we kindly invite all the winning teams and our judges to come up to the stage for a group photo. Yeah, please come up to the stage, all the judges and the winning teams. Senja, Kiloland, yeah, and Lucky Savings team. Yeah, thank you so much for all the finalist teams and all the judges for the great judging. So for this, we will conclude the Kaia Wave Stablecoin Summer Hackathon Final Demo Day. So we will have the official post-hackathon program for Q4, so stay tuned. And thank you so much, everyone. Yeah, thank you.
Again, congratulations to all of the winners, Senja, Kiloland, and Lucky Savings. Congratulations on winning the Stablecoin Hackathon. And I hope you enjoyed all of the demos that was presented today as well. So please don't forget to reach out to some of the ones that you're also interested in. And also, of course, the finalists and also the winners. So now, I know it's been a long day for Kaia Summit, but I hope that you really do enjoy the whole event so far. We have a few more panels that we want to go through as well. So congratulations again to the winners. And we were now going to transition into more of an investment-focused discussion. So for infrastructure, adoption, and even for alpha. To be moderated by Carmen Lee, Associate of Spartan, John Cahill, COO at Galaxy Digital, Darius Tan, investor from Marana Ventures, Eva Wang, Head of Investments at Caladan, and Belinda Zhou, founding partner of Sharding Capital. Round of applause, please.
Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you, Kaia, for organizing this and having us here. I'm very excited to be moderating this alongside John, Darius, Eva, Belinda, and before we dive into the discussion, let's do some quick introductions. I'm Carmen. I am from Spartan Advisory. We're part of the Spartan Group, where we have 3 arms, the VC, hedge fund, and labs, and advisory is almost like an investment bank for crypto companies where we help with M&A, capital formation, fundraising strategies, as well as go-to-market token launches and all that. Yeah, I'll let the panelists quickly introduce yourselves and the company where you come from and just tell us a bit more about yourself.
John Cahill, happy to be here. I run Asia for Galaxy Digital. We're a global investment bank, merchant bank, trading house, infrastructure company for blockchain and general investor in the space. We also run a data center business out of West Texas that used to be a Bitcoin mining facility. I like to say there's not a conversation in crypto we can't have, and we're quite a solutions-oriented business, and we have over 200 portfolio companies on the balance sheet. That's us.
Hey everyone, I'm Darius. So I'm from Mirana. Basically, Mirana is a fund that was spun out about 5 years ago. Mirana was anchored by the co-founders of Bybit. We primarily do 2 types of investments. So one is direct venture investments, and secondly, we have invested in about 50 over funds. So leading players like the likes of Pantera, Dragonfly, and emerging ones such as like Folius Ventures and etc. Yeah, on to you, Eva.
Great. Nice meeting you, everyone. My name is Eva. I lead our investments team at Caledon. Caledon is a prop trading firm based in Singapore, and we have a prop investing desk that invests in venture capital, liquid tokens. We provide liquidity to early stage projects. We currently have about 70 portfolio companies on the venture side that we started in 2022.
Hi everyone, this is Belinda Zhou. I am the founding partner of Sharding Capital. Sharding Capital is a early stage crypto native Web3 VC. We like to back founders from day one, and then we are more of an operator type of fund. So we work with the founders very closely, and then we help them a lot in terms of like distribution, go-to-market strategy in Asia, in Middle East, and beyond. And for the past couple of years, we probably invested about 50 projects in the VC side, and then these days we also started more trading actively in the liquid market as well. Thanks again, Kaia, for hosting this panel. Excited for the discussions.
Yeah, thank you. So stablecoins have become crypto's killer app. They've moved beyond being just a trading pair to the market downturn with Luna and all of that happened, and now becoming almost like the backbone of a new financial infrastructure. We've crossed over to 20 trillion in annual settlement volume, which is kind of more than Visa and MasterCard put together, and with 24 straight months of growth. We're seeing institutions like Stripe, PayPal, Visa, MasterCard no longer experimenting with these sort of innovation, but also directly integrating into their operations, their systems, and also being part of the core payment rails. So against this backdrop, today our panel will unpack what the shift really means. So first of all, with over 300 billion in market cap in this vertical, and also increased regulatory clarity, what does this really mean? This mainstream adoptions signal about the stablecoin rails, and more importantly, how should investors think about the shift from speculative assets to being a legitimate financial infrastructure? John?
Well, funny enough, I'm the only one on the panel that's not an investor. So I'll leave the investment advice and the alpha for you guys. But As someone who has, our company's invested in a stablecoin issuer. We issued a Euro stable that's regulated by BaFin over the summer in a company called AllUnity. I think the use case for upgrading the financial system is, kind of self-evident. I came from TradFi. I did 20 years at Goldman Sachs in the trading and sales business, and was very close to the plumbing of the financial system, how money moves around, how value is stored and distributed. And for me, one of my theses for getting into this industry as a second career was the upgrading of the plumbing. And I really do believe that, eventually software eats the world and better tech ultimately wins. And I do think the stable coins are the easiest on-ramp for liquidity on chain. And it's the first one and the easiest one for regulators to get their heads around. Now there's a lot of infrastructure that needs to be deployed to make it more abstract to the user, and I think that's sort of where we are in the evolution of stablecoins. We're going through this regulatory boom, which will kind of lead to an issuance boom, and then I think there'll be quick consolidation on the back end of that, because the market will ultimately decide what's useful and what's not useful. I've been in crypto now full time for 4 and a bit years. We're searching for usefulness. And Bitcoin is its own story. I think that's kind of settled science by the market. But stable coins and payments and moving value is a very, very clear, very useful improvement to what exists today. And so I think this is the time where these things are converging, where we won't be talking about doing things on chain as much in the future. It'll just be integrated into apps and everything that are on the phone on your phones. And where people like my dad, who doesn't want anything to do with blockchain, is allergic to the idea, is just using these things as a matter of course without being conscious of the tech that's underlying it.
Yeah. Darius?
Yeah, I think to add on to what John mentioned, right? Like, I think the focus maybe in the past few years has been purely on the stablecoin, the asset. I think people are coming to realize that it's important that stablecoins are useful because of like the programmability, as well as 24/7 settlement, for example. But I think there's also a shift to actually realize that for stablecoins to operate effectively, there needs to be infrastructure supporting it, right? So you have your clearing networks, your crypto-friendly banks, and etc., and other infra players, right? Stablecoin specific networks like Plasma. And I think as investors, we do see a shift where people are realizing that the infrastructure is as important as the asset itself. And that infrastructure will have to scale along with like compliance for stablecoins to be a global infrastructure, a global financial product.
Yeah, and I think from our perspective, we have been sort of paying more attention to the worlds of like Athena, who is trying to become like a stablecoin as a service provider. And I think that's getting pretty interesting, because if you look at USDC, USDT, that's, stablecoin 1.0, you're starting to see a lot of the chains pushing out their own native stablecoins, because they're seeing a lot of the yields getting taken, let's call it by Circle, by Tether. So thinking about how to bring the yield back to their own ecosystem, and then like giving it back to the ecosystem is probably going to be the next step. And we think the middleware and then the infrastructure layer that are providing these stablecoin issuance providers these options to issue their own stablecoin is probably the next interesting part.
I see more like a need to actually improve the user interface, because for mainstream users, like they need product like Alipay or Venmo that they can easily understand. Now our crypto, like say stablecoin infrastructure or toolings are just being too crypto native, like in the sense that it's very hard for like say regular users to understand. So I think like a project trying to tackle all these, like say try to be more frictionless in terms of the execution will be definitely a direction that like VC should invest into, like all the very smooth, safe, frictionless on-ramp, off-ramp like a project. Another opportunity I see in the stablecoin side is stablecoin 2.0, because now I think the stablecoin is largely geared towards USD stablecoins. And it's a relatively established market, I would say, with giants like Tether, Circle, etc., and then more emerging ones. But I think like the regional stablecoins actually has like more room to grow, because if it's like developed regionally, usually they have easier time with the settlement, etc. And then if you look at markets like Asia, it's very fragmented. We have all sorts of different currencies. So I think for project like working on actually bridging like a different like stable coins from different regions on chain, and then support with like say global payouts or cross-border remittance and transactions will be a very meaningful move, and then will be a very exciting move. And that's actually something what Kaia has been doing. They try to build like a on-chain FX engine and liquidity hub. So I think this direction is definitely very exciting to look into. And then I think all the good infrastructure supporting around it, like on-ramp, off-ramp, clearing, etc., will be quite like pick shovel business will be also very much needed for stablecoin to go into a more like wider adoption and meaningful adoption. And if this is like serving the public well, then the regulation usually will move towards a more favorable direction.
I totally agree with that. I think governments and anyone who has their own sovereign currency needs to pay attention to this, because liquidity is going to move on chain over time. And FX markets will probably be one of the first existing markets that you see liquidity moving on chain, because it's the easiest. There's a fixed number. They're not coming up with new QSIPs every single day. They're not millions of outstanding issuance. And so I think that the danger of not going along and finding and enabling companies to do issuance, or enabling even banks to do issuance, is ultimately forsaking the fiat currency that the government is ultimately in control of. So I think there's existential risk to emerging market currencies if they're not aligning in the space. And there might be anyway, right? More and more things are being dollarized. You have billions of dollars of settlements that are happening every day in US dollar terms because of the stablecoin networks, and that's only going to grow.
And to that same point, I think the U.S. is pushing a lot of like Clarity Act and then Genius Act, because they want to be able to control the whole narrative, and then getting more people to buy the T-bills indirectly through stable coins.
It's not even narrative at this point. They want to control settlements, right? They
Yes.
want to continue the reserve currency status, which is an enormous privilege. And I'm actually quite interested to see what China will do as the sort of other strong, polar force in global markets. But I think this is super interesting, and it's kind of developing as in real time right now.
Yeah, thank you. I think I want to pick on like Darius's point where he said about like money being composable and programmable. I think that's really key, and it's very obvious that stablecoins are like innovations are solving something real in the market. But I just want to go into like the area of like risk, right? Like, because it's so composable, so programmable. You have things like Athena coming up with like offering products that's offering 5 to 20% yield. And I would like to ask like the panelists today, like, what do you think about that introducing systemic risk? And like potentially, do you think that it could destabilize the ecosystem in the event of stress? Like we have seen in the past, like, stable coins were like, an experimental product, but like now with the ecosystem maturing, what do you think about like a potential event of stress?
Okay, yeah, maybe I can go first. Yeah, I think like what you mentioned, right? Honestly, like with every product out there, there are some sort of risk associated with them, right? Like even before Athena launched, I think no one ever believed there could have been a dollar-neutral stablecoin that would be so successful, right? Like what, 12 billion TVL today? So I think while there could be systemic risk, right? It is on the project, the founders, to actually mitigate this risk via like internal mitigations, which can be from a couple of reasons, right? And then it also depends on, like, for example, the partnerships that they have enacted. Like, for example, Ethena is entering the US markets with Anchorage, right? And Anchorage is, if I'm correct, a federally chartered bank. So that kind of proves that they have done their due diligence on the risk that Ethena has and is able to underwrite it. So I would say, like, while there might be systemic risk, I wouldn't think that it would be able to destabilize the economy, especially in the terms of like Ethena, for example.
John?
So I think when the velocity of being able to move money around instantaneously and with finality becomes more ubiquitous, it creates new risks. Yeah. We saw this, back a couple of years ago in Silicon Valley Bank, when, if there's a run on the bank in history, well, there's big long lines and they just stop the taps. But with electronic transfers being so prevalent, it does create new risk where runs on the bank could happen, and it just looks like nothing's happening in the market. It's just happening behind the scenes, and really only the bank is aware of it. So I think there are new risks that need to be thought about and accounted for. But look, currency is mostly a trust game, and so for stablecoins to be successful, there needs to be transparency, there needs to be auditability. That's where regulation kind of has its role to play. And if there isn't regulation, I think the unregulated versions over time will eventually lose market share. I don't think they go away. I think there's a market for all of it. But I think that's where regulation either compels by statute or it encourages the incumbents to be more transparent and follow a similar playbook, whether they're regulated or not.
Totally agree with both of you. I think having options is always good. So I think Athena is filling in this space where maybe like some treasuries or some companies, they just want to go sort of like on the riskier side of the curve, and then they can let's say get 12%, or if they want to do leverage looping, but that's probably more crypto native. But I think for people who just want to traditional like T-bill yield, they can always choose USD TB or some like a plethora of different options.
I think it's the same question that say USDT or USDC faced back in the days, right? But they still survive. There were DPEGs, there were like all sorts. It's always the elephant in the room with these kind of questions. But I think as an industry more mature and with more institutional flows, I think these are more manageable. And then the key, also like if you try not to have a risk, then try not to have exposure. So, but I think there's multiple big players big enough to actually have a check and balance and then like mitigate the risk together to protect the industry. Yeah.
It's also not unique to stablecoins. Like we saw during GFC that they call it breaking the buck, right? Like money market funds traded below par. This is a function of trust in the system and who you're willing to give your capital to, even on an overnight basis. That does have market impact, and you do see those things happen. So as it gets more mature and more liquidity, will create tighter spreads, and will continue. It'll trade based on market forces.
Yeah, so in essence, we want to get to the point where we're too big to fail, basically, right?
I think that's the goal in the next 3
3
years and one quarter.
We'll see.
That's the industrial challenge.
Okay. So speaking of elephant in the room, I just want to address something else. We're seeing projects like Plasma, Stable, and Circle's ARC betting on blockchains designed specifically for stablecoins. But the fact is, like, Solana can actually do the same thing, right? And we have other chains who are equally as performant. And so I guess the question is, why do we need specialized stablecoin chains when there are other things in the market that actually work? What are we solving here? Should we start with the lady on the...
I mean, there's always new projects launching to bring new to validate the narrative. So I guess they are helping each other in terms of validating the stablecoin narrative and then also catering to more audience, because each one project launching with their, say, go-to-market strategy, they will reach new audience. So that's just leave the space in general. I would say it's because the market is very, as the crypto market is like still relatively early, and then we haven't really served like a wider mainstream audience. So the having more different chains, long chains serving similar purpose is a good sign to see. And then it just comes down to execution, and then also like say go to market to determine who will be like more like top or say leading players. Yeah. So for me, I would just say it's beneficial. It's like a good scene for the industry. But yeah, you gotta pick some winners if you on the token side. But like yeah, you're just probably enjoying like what's happening in the market, and then like get accelerated, because stablecoin ultimately it's like a plumb for everything in the crypto market. It facilitates trading, hedging, and then all sorts of capital efficiency stuff. So that's just contribute to more active on-chain world, because like with the, for example, Plasma token like XPL, then their like APY becomes so high on chain that everyone wants to go on chain and then farm the good APY. So that just encourage more of an on-chain culture. So that's very benefiting for everything, you know. Even with like say in the future we have Korean won on chain, we have Thai baht on chain, we have Chinese RMB on chain. Then with all this like good infrastructure playbook, then you know in the future I'll probably park my RMB on chain and then want to find where I can get like 20% yield, right? So it's just all good practice, and then like helping like onboarding more normies and regular users on chain. Yeah.
So when Trump token launched on Solana in February, I think that was probably the perfect use case for having a payment-specific chain, because I think even for a high throughput chain like Solana, may not be able to handle like payment volume on top of just all the craziness going on. But I think ultimately it comes down to like whether we think there is a need for AML, KYC compliance, specific, you know, like throughput requirements or TPS requirements for payment volume that we're talking about. And then the most important part is probably distribution, because for each chain or payment-specific chain, we look at Temple, we look at Arc from Circle. I think ultimately it comes down to their level of distribution, and I think ultimately people will converge to the chain that has the largest amount of distribution to end users in e-commerce.
Yeah, I was gonna say Eva's point as well about I can't really recall the number of times that Solana has broken down. So I think and that exactly proves why we need like specialized chains, right? Because while Solana and Ethereum are great, I mean, no offense, they are great, but they serve many different purposes, right? There's DeFi, there's RWAs and everything. Whereas specialized chains like Plasma, they are specially built for stablecoins. So that leaves them with like only one focus, maximizing the speed, like what Eva mentioned and everything. And I think it comes down to execution as well. So, having just one focus will allow the team to focus purely on like the go-to-market strategy, the distribution, the execution, and bringing in the right partners and players into the space. So I think that kind of sets these specialized chains apart from Solana and Ethereum.
John?
I don't have a ton to add. I mean, I'm a free markets guy. Like, let the market decide what's most useful.
Yeah.
And if you're delivering value to the people building on your chain, then you should win. That's ultimately the point. So, some interesting points you guys all made.
Okay, and Darius, you seem like you're a professional at this one. What infrastructure do you think is still missing or underdeveloped for stablecoins to kind of reach more adoption? Like mainstream adoption, like where your mom, my mom are all using it?
This is a tough one. I think in terms of infrastructure, probably the gap in the market now is probably like robust on and off ramps, as well as like banking relationships. So I think like back to the earlier points mentioned, right? Like stablecoins are not as interoperable now as what we would expect them to be. So, which is why there is also a need for like localized stablecoins, like your Korean won, Japanese yen, etc. And you know, banking relationships are important because every bank would then have their own compliance, right? Like Bank A wouldn't be able to work with Bank B unless they establish a certain level of compliance or trust, which is the step before stablecoins can actually get transacted across both parties. So there's a lot of counterparty risk in these days. So I think like the biggest gap is here, and which is also why at like Mirana we have like backed crypto-friendly banks. So a portfolio company of ours is actually about to announce some major partnerships with several stablecoin issuers that are going to market, and just increasing the interoperability among all the stablecoin issuers to actually make the like stablecoins like part of a bigger global financial infrastructure.
Okay, got it. Would you like to add, John?
Yeah, I'm like a distiller of things. So it's integration, which is a lot of what you said, and UX. Like you need people not to even know they're touching on chain. You need to abstract them away from the experience. We still spend a lot of time talking about technology and performance and all this stuff. Super important, but the user doesn't care. The user cares about, if I do this thing, does it do what I expect? Is it fast? Is it cheap? Is it auditable? Do I trust it? That's the end of the list for like really mass adoption. So, I don't know, that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, and the ladies, anything to add?
I think the next, as John was saying, I think if you think you're on ramping, then that means it's not done seamlessly, right? So I think one other feature that I'm hoping that we will see in the coming quarters or years is like social recovery, like key protection, and hopefully like some form of recoverability for a period of time, because we know with current Visa and MasterCard systems, if you want to dispute some transactions, you can definitely do that. But with stablecoin, once the transaction goes through, we're seeing some attempts by Circle to reverse some of the transactions for better fraud detection and reversibility. But I think that's something that would onboard a lot more people to use stablecoin, because they know that they can get their money back if something goes wrong.
Yeah. I think everyone covered, all the panelists covered quite well. Yeah, I would say all this infrastructure, if they get done well, especially on a country level, then I would see like a meaningful adoption, like on a bigger scale. So like country-centric infrastructure, country-centric on-ramp, off-ramp, etc. So once like internally the infrastructure is done well, then I think then like in between countries they can do the interoperability. Then we will see probably in a more nearer future the cross-border payment, etc. Yeah.
Yeah. And John, like I'm just picking on you because you said you had 20 years of experience in Goldman. So
I'm old, yes. Confirmed.
I didn't say that, you said it. But do banks ultimately become competitors, partners, or simply infrastructure providers in the stablecoin vertical? Or like, I mean, what's the tipping point for deeper bank integration?
I mean, the short answer is yes. I think they're probably going to try to take as much of, or retain as much of their part of the value chain as possible. I think opening the landscaping and making more competitive and allowing fintechs to be issuers, allowing different types of partners to participate in the market will ultimately be good for the consumer. Banks don't really want that. I can tell you they'll definitely try to co-opt the technology and just use it to drive more value back to their shareholders. And that's the impetus. Even with these kind of purpose-built chains, a little bit the impetus is to kind of put their arms around the technology and capture as much for themselves. I just think that ship has sort of sailed. And I think the danger, especially for smaller banks and regional banks, is they're just going to get left behind. Because stablecoins, okay, like the US, you're not allowed to have yield-bearing stablecoin. Fine. But it's very, very easy to programmatically create an attached product that does deliver yield. And so there's in the existing statute, there's already a way to get around that, and ultimately, it's going to be good for users and consumers that capture a little bit more of that opportunity in the market.
Yeah, thanks. Belinda?
Yeah, I would say just in general, like the banks are like in a business where they want to profit and then they want to serve the mass audience. So if it's truly what the mainstream audience wants, then they will just try to, as John mentioned, try to gain as more of a share as possible, so that they can like still serve the audience and then maintain their pie in this market. Like in the early stage, I think they try to be more of a rival. Like I think back in like the previous cycles, but the trend is inevitable and unstoppable. Like we see more institutional flows. We see like actually people like institutions making concessions. For example, now with the stablecoin cross-border transfer being so cheap and then so fast, we see like institutions actually, like all these service providers, legacy service providers, reduce their rates because it's so competitive, so they wouldn't get much business. People will try to learn how to use stablecoin to do transfer because just there's so much money they can save on the table. So now they realize this, and then it's just a good check and balance. But also they will understand this is a bigger trend, so they will just need to join this wave and then become also a key shareholder and also potentially like decision maker as well, so that they can make it still relatively like profitable for them. Yeah.
Okay, got it. And speaking of regional cross payments and things like that, beyond Tether and Circle, USDT and USDC, do you see room for regional stablecoins like the won, the yen, the like Indonesia, whatever, like currency, to play a bigger role in APAC country? To play a bigger role in APAC adoption? Darius, we can start with the two speakers that didn't speak in the previous question.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think there is opportunity, definitely. So I think the dollar would still be the main currency. So USDC and USDT would still comprise, would still be part of like the global settlements, a large volume of it. But I think what local stablecoins do is serve as an addition rather than a replacement to USDC and USDT, in the sense that every local countries, for example, like you mentioned Korean won, right? Korea would have their own internal settlement needs, or even like, transaction needs that they would need to address for their local consumers. So I think, yes, definitely, like there's still a space for local stablecoins to thrive.
I think the ultimate adoption for a lot of the local currencies comes down to slippage, and then like what is the spread, right, between like the forex rate and then what you can get on some of the dexes or exchanges on chain. So as more and more people get more used to this kind of low slippage conversion, I think you also need support from the government or support from central banks to really make sure that there's enough liquidity on chain for people to do these kind of swaps.
Just in general, I think a lot of people are more financially educated to learn that the 2-3% in banks is not ideal for them. So more people actually open up to like higher yield product, and then more people learn about on-chain yield. For example, like if I'm a Korean, I'm a Chinese, and then ideally I want to I learned this like on-chain Korean won stablecoin opportunity. Then I would want to like park my stablecoin on chain and then earn that amount of yield. Same with like Chinese people. Same with like Thai, and Indonesians, etc. So from those levels, I think there's huge demand for all these like regional market, like country-centric market. Any project like dedicating to solve this need, the need for certain countries, will actually have a lot of like upside potential. I was in KBW and I was in a quite like say Korean private dinner, and there's one protocol, they only have like less than 100 users, but their TVL is like 50 million. And it's because they target a lot of like Korean whales or like just high net worth individuals. So there's a lot of needs for, you know, people who are more waking up to the on-chain yield or just higher yield opportunities. So having all the regional stablecoin developed and then targeting the right audience, and not just audience, also companies, etc. Right? So will be a very promising like verticals to look into for a lot of builders.
Yep.
I said it at the top of this conversation. I don't think it's a choice. Like, if more value is going to be moved on chain, if tokenization is going to be used by AI to, you know, to like drive a lot of the activity that we're going to see, if you want to maintain your status as a sovereign currency, you must have a token represented over time. And I really think this is true, because Larry Fink said it, because like people who have a lot more influence than I do, and you know, I tend to throw my hat in the ring with them. Like, you need to be there to be relevant. You know, you don't want to live in a purely dollarized world or an RMBized world unless you're comfortable with that. But that's a choice, and that's a very, very important political choice that has, you know, very important ramifications. And so if you want to be part of the global economy and maintain your own fiscal policy, you don't have a choice but to participate in the you know, the on-chain world, and that requires a stablecoin.
It's a movement.
It is a movement. Quick time check. To wrap up our discussion, I'll just wrap it up with like some future outlook from you guys. Looking to the 3 years ahead, where do you see the biggest alpha opportunities in stablecoins? Was it going to be infra, wallets, payments, DeFi? Yeah, what can we look forward to in the next few years?
Okay, I'll start. I think on-chain yield product will be very exciting, because everyone trying to do asset, will try to like, you know, do asset management. So like product doing yield product doing this seamlessly, integrated into people's everyday apps, or become people's everyday apps, will be a very like a promising vertical. And then wallet also belongs to this vertical. So like wallet that can really like make the UX UI very seamless, and then they will be able to capture a lot of volumes, and then the wallet can also have become like a natural gateway to a lot of trading products, like, you know, perps, options, etc. So I think this type of product will be like a most exciting to look forward to for the mass adoption to happen.
I'm probably most looking forward to an UI experience most similar to what people would use their bank accounts for. So combining ZK technology with stablecoin, with Privy, so that you can make transactions without disclosing what amount you pay for specific items, which merchants you pay for, so that I think you know, the large fintechs like Ramp, like Brex, they're all thinking about using stablecoin, but the biggest problem right now is figuring out how to mask a lot of the transaction amounts and volume, so that people feel comfortable with making transactions on chain, and then introducing elements of reversibility, I think would also bring more people on chain.
I think for me, you know, the first opportunity is really currently here. So like specialized chains like Plasma, and we have Mento as well, which recently integrated with Bybit to actually be a insti-focused tokenization chain. And then subsequently, I think like what Belinda and Eva mentioned, right, you know, from UX and everything, I think behind that, we also need like clearing networks. So two of our podcasts, Ubix and Atom, actually solves that, right? So to remove the difficult, like, or I would say troublesome UI UX, you know, you need clearing networks to actually make, you know, transacting stablecoins across different platforms seamless, right, interoperable. And what these clearing networks do is to actually abstract away and to make issuance and redemption easy, right? So that even like my grandmother could use it. Yeah, so I think these are the opportunities in the near future.
I tend to agree with that. I think you're going to have this explosion of issuance and issuers that creates fragmentation, which is totally against the point. Like markets function when there's movement of liquidity across like for like objects, and so yeah, interoperability, integration with the banking system and the last mile and the first mile for just doing things will be super important and a place that's going to add a lot of value.
Yeah, it sounds like we've made a lot of progress, but still have a lot to work on. I think that's the conclusion.
We're in transition, but it's already happened. The train's left the station.
Good progress.
Yeah.
Hope we get there.
And good to see project like Kaia building towards this direction. So shout out to the Kaia team.
Woo!
Woo!
All right, thank you guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Carmen. Thank you, John. Thank you, Darius. Thank you, Eva. And thank you, Belinda, for having that conversation. It's really, really very insightful to learn more about investments, the infrastructure and adoption, all about stablecoins as well. Our next stablecoin summer session actually examines wallets, CEXs, and liquidity, scaling access to USDT. Moderated by Joy Sim of Outlier Ventures. Please welcome Paknik Luk, Director of PayFi Strategy at BitGet Wallet, Jonathan Chan, co-founder of Red Dot Pay, Eric Song, CFO and co-founder of Ubit. Round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you guys are having an interesting session. On today's panel, we do have a very interesting perspective with regards to wallets, centralized exchange, and liquidity. So without further ado, as we start our panel, I'll do an introduction about myself while I get my fellow panelists to do an introduction. So this is Joy, Ecosystem Manager at Outlier Ventures. We are an early-stage Web3 investor and accelerator, and we've been in the space for more than 10 years, with more than 380 portfolios under our wing. So I'll pass the time over to Eric to start an introduction.
Yeah. So hi, I'm Eric Song, co-founder and CFO for Ubit. So you can think of Ubit as Apple Pay for crypto. So our users can spend crypto like traditional cards at every merchant that has the Visa Master machine being set up. So we were backed by Tether. They came in early 2024 along with CMCC. So we've been building the product ever since. And we are live in many, many parts of the world now.
Then we'll have Jonathan to do the introduction, and we'll follow up with Pakning after.
Thanks, Joy. Hi, everyone. I'm JC, Jonathan. I'm from Red Dot Pay. I'm the head of partnership and co-founder. Our company focuses on crypto stablecoin payment, where we have the crypto card, and then we have the remittance services. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Pakning. So I'm the director for PayFi strategy at BitGet Wallet. So basically take care of anything about payment in BitGet Wallet, like on-off ramp, card, QR code payment, etc. Yeah.
Thanks for the amazing introduction to our fellow panelists. So to start out the panel, my first question is, stablecoins, especially USDT, have become an essential for liquidity. From your perspective, what is the current state of access for users in Asia? And I think it'll be interesting to start with Park Nick, since she's the director of PayFi strategy for Big Get Wallet.
I think most of the users they can access to stablecoin very easy through exchange wallet, and I think in Asia, the main things about Asia is like Singapore. We have a very clear regulation about stablecoins, and then Hong Kong also just set up the stablecoin regulation as well, and then Japan also enable the trust company to issue stablecoin. So these countries we have more clear like how stablecoin can be issued exactly in the market. So users have more confidence about it. But some other markets like Southeast Asia, I do think not much regulation on this. So I think it's a bit uneven in Asia.
What are your thoughts, Jonathan, since you are in the payment space as well?
Yeah, actually, we are serving more like the to C customer and the retail customer. Most of the time, they have feedback to us, especially in like the South Asia, how they're able to get access to stablecoin like USDT. And I think right now there's still a lot of channel for users to get is the informal channels like the P2P, like the OTC, and also some local store they can get access to it. But there's still problem they are facing. For example, like the P2P, a lot of scam problem, and for the OTC they have the banking issue, and for the online store, a lot of people they do not have the knowledge about the KYT. They do not know the stablecoin they have access to, whether it is from hackers or there's some problematic stables. So when they deposit this to our wallets, and then they will get some warning, and then they are not able to deposit. We need to do the education to them why this stablecoin are not able to be accessed. That's the next question. But I think in general here in Asia, especially in South Asia, like Pakistan, Bangladesh, to access stablecoin still is a gap here.
Okay, so from our experience at Ubit, I think the access is quite fragmented throughout the world. Some countries, like what Jonathan said, P2P is being used. In others, regulated exchanges. So actually, USDT is everywhere. It's just a matter of how you receive it and how you use it. The usage needs to be uniform throughout the world. So definitely, we are all trying our best to work towards that, right? Yeah.
So it looks like we dabbled a little bit of the different roles, and now let's maybe focus more on how wallets, centralized exchanges, and payment providers each play a different part in ensuring stablecoin usage. And how do you ensure that this process becomes a more seamless situation? Because we've dabbled about the different regulations, we dabbled about the different use cases, and how different users, be it whether it's 2C or 2B, would have to go to P2B options, or do you have to go to KYT? And what are your thoughts in simplifying this whole process from your various different perspectives? Let's maybe start with Park Ning.
Yeah. So I think I can use a real use case that we are doing right now to how to like make the flows more seamless. So today, the centralized exchange actually they have deep liquidity of stablecoin, and then wallet we just launched QR code payment in Southeast Asia. So they have their national QR code. So for example, like Singapore, we have SG QR code. Then some other country, they also have their national QR code. So we work with the licensed payment service provider to integrate the solution so that the users from our wallet, they can scan the QR code and then they can pay crypto. and you can just buy coffee, pay for anything that the QR code is available. So basically cover like 70% of the merchants in the world. Then the payment partner could be able to just leverage the centralized exchange liquidity to off-ramp and then settle to that merchant. So this is something that is really happening. I think it's quite cool, quite nice. We are really building use case that user likes and seamless. Yeah.
What about your thoughts, Jonathan, from your perspective?
Yeah, totally agree with Partlink that when it comes to payment, you cannot achieve everything alone. You need to have a lot of partners. Like the exchange, they provide the liquidity or the first access when the users, they have long stable coin, and then they want to off-ramp it through stable coin. That's the first step, the exchange. And then we work with different exchanges like the Binance. We allow Binance Pay that they can seamlessly, transfer the assets from exchange to our wallet. And then we're working with like the off-ramp service providers that they are able to off-ramp through the credit card or through the bank account, and then they enable us to do that with our users. Of course, we need to ensure the KYC, KYT, AML process are there. And then I think right now, we see the change in the industry that a lot of banks, they are also tapping into this space. They're able to provide their banking infrastructure and then their payment route to do that. Because I think for the banks, they are gradually picking up. I think in some countries, they will use that to do for the interbank settlement using the stablecoin route. I think that will be happen in the coming year or next, especially in the regulated market like Hong Kong, US, and so on. So I think each partner doing their role. For payment company like us, we are doing like 2C. We do the education, we do the integration. And then for the bank, for the exchange, they also doing their part, either providing the license or providing the access for users to get access to stablecoin.
Okay, so we have come a long way. Last time, wallets, regulated exchanges, the payment providers actually work in silos. They try to create a closed-end ecosystem. They want to keep their users in their own ecosystem. But now, definitely, we can see that we are all trying to work with one another across the exchanges, cross to the payments and yeah. So definitely what we want to achieve at the end is for easy access for our users. They basically can do a swap easily, they can pay easily. That's what all the users want. That's where the mass adoption really can happen. We need to solve the partnerships behind closed doors, and then we can get there, right? Yeah.
It's interesting because you guys shared different perspective, right? From the centralized exchange wallet to a payment, and as well as to yourself. And I think we've been really focusing on how has the industry grown to really be more mature. Instead of being segregated, we are all working together to try to make this a very seamless process. And I guess this is where the biggest issue comes, right? What do you guys think is the biggest challenge right now, since we do have regulations all actually rolling in? It's just that it's still bits and pieces here and there. And apart from that, what else are we looking at that would pose as a challenge in making this process in the near future?
I think the challenge here right now is the regulations. So the fragmented rules in, for example, I just now talking about the Southeast Asia QR code. So our users and also community also come and ask us, is this QR code payment pay with stablecoin, is it legal? And my answer is like, there is no regulation for crypto payment yet. So I cannot say it's legal or illegal because there is no. But definitely when you want to make a transaction, because we are working with licensed partner, your transaction went through, the merchant can receive fund from your transaction. So it's usable. So nowadays, even we want more users to use, but still has to be very careful in terms of promotion. Basically, we cannot promote because we also have to take care of like regulators. We need to work with them. We need to understand what's their concern. So we keep in touch with them. But definitely, this is something challenging to bring up the adoption.
Yeah, I think so. Also, the regulation part right now, when we are doing crypto business, we are not just limited to, the country you operated. For example, like us, we are not only operate in Hong Kong. We have users all over the world, and for the regulation, it's very fragmented and evolving all the time. You need to keep yourself posted for, from the regulators all over the world. For example, like the MiCA, the Genius Ads in Hong Kong, the stablecoin ordinance. All of this has been, keep updating every day. So this is the very challenging part. And then I think this also reminds me something regarding the Uber. Because when Uber just came in, there's no regulation about, whether you are able to book the car, the rental car online through an app. And then I think the main philosophy is that you are doing something beneficial to the users and to the market. You are providing the value and solving their pain point.
Okay, for me, my view is trust. So if we can get our users to trust our process and get our regulations all in order, this should prevent them from being skeptical, asking extra questions where they should be just enjoying the process, tapping away, spending crypto anywhere. Even the merchants don't even know that they are spending crypto, where the whole process is already integrated with the Web2 space, right? So for my team at Ubit, we are focused on gaining that trust, getting licenses wherever we are welcome. We have a MiCA at Lithuania. We're going to get the license at Abu Dhabi with the blessings of the regulator. And we're going to work hard on our Latin American users by getting a license there also. So if we can get the trust in, I think we can solve the UI UX things behind for the users to use it, right? Yeah.
It's interesting because out of this, we can confirm the biggest challenge right now, it's a chicken or egg situation between user trust and regulations, because usually in order to instill trust, there needs to be the regulations or framework in place, because that's the structure that we're used to. But maybe let's cover further into other challenges such as infrastructure and also liquidity. What are your thoughts in terms of whether is it fragmented still, or is the infrastructure currently now working for what is the end goal?
I think infrastructure for some countries still limited. Like for example, customer need to on-ramp, off-ramp, especially off-ramp is a little bit difficult. And then my experience previously, some partners also asked me they off-ramp and then they send the money to the bank. They are 2B partners, so basically projects and payment company. Then they have hassles. The bank asks them, is this related to crypto? So if the payment is related to crypto, they consider as high risk, and then your bank account can be freeze. So I think still some of the countries still a bit difficult in terms of the infrastructure. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we are facing a totally different situation. The infrastructure is not limited. It's no infrastructure for our users, because a lot of them from the Latam or in Africa, they do not have idea, financial infrastructure. So when for somehow, we don't know why, our product penetrated into this emerging markets very well. And then when we receive the feedback or the customer service question from these users, we have no clue why they don't understand this kind of we think very simple questions. So after some thought internally, we make sure our app are designed with very key criteria. Make it simple, make it straightforward, and make it as seamless as possible in the front end. But of course, the back end, the compliance method, we keep it very robust out there. So we are facing a totally different situation that we educate the users in those areas. They do not have infrastructure. Maybe Red Dot Pay is their first financial app. Yeah.
Okay, so from my experience, right, places that actually has users doesn't have infrastructure. Places that has the infrastructure doesn't have the users. So it really depends on how your company wants to expand. Are you going towards the places where they spend little but they have millions of people, but definitely your bank accounts and things like that will not be there, right? So it is really how we are positioned for the next 1-2 years, where we expect infrastructure to get better and increase in number of users in the places. Yeah, that's where we should focus on. Yeah.
It's interesting what the team has shared, because we look at the emerging markets where education plays such a big role, where even though there's infrastructure there, like Jonathan has mentioned, that they need to really educate. And I guess in the current stage, we need to really focus on educating and making it as seamless and that they don't even realize that they are using crypto. And I think that's the end game for the rest of the team. And moving forward beyond trading, what are other real world use cases that we can look at for payments in terms of from partnering perspective? Because you've mentioned about QR codes, you mentioned about how they use the wallet through the centralized exchange, and what are your thoughts for this?
So I think payment nowadays the most the user like the most is the crypto card. Like Pay is doing very well for a crypto card, and then we also launch our card in some markets. So it's a very seamless method for them to spend their crypto, spend their stablecoin, and then you can also use it in Apple Pay, Google Pay, etc. So I think this is the favorite payment method for the users. And then other than that, we have QR code payment, and then we are also launching payment in Africa with some popular wallet. For example, in Africa, some of the users, they use mobile money and then SEPA. Then we try to integrate them, also replicate what we are doing for the QR code, so that users really can spend their crypto, especially like Africa is also an emerging market. They use a lot of P2P because they don't have bank infrastructure for all of them. So I think this is a very good way for them to do the payment, for everyday payment.
So we dabbled a bit about crypto cards and payments. How about remittance and other things? Maybe Jonathan can further elaborate, because Pay is a payment provider.
Yeah. I think the question should be when it comes to payment, what is the actual use case? I can think of is to receive the money and to send the money. And we looking it as a deeper perspective is to send the money and receive the money locally, and to send the money and receive the money internationally. So a lot of the countries, they are still struggling to receive the money locally most of the time, because of the the financial status there is not good, or they suffer from the inflation, this kind of stuff. This is where stablecoin coming in to solve this kind of problem. And then while stablecoin coming in, the problem is there's no mass adoption of crypto. A lot of merchants and people, they're still not accepting crypto for their daily expenditure. So we have the crypto card, and where the crypto card coming in, and then people see the potential of the crypto market, the users, how blockchain can be beneficial for our daily, spending or to our financial system. And then a lot of people think, okay, whether it can expand to remittance or to do other payment methods. I think we are still exploring. For us, right now we enable the remittance service to, I think, like X countries, and then we are going to expand this to 80-something more countries in the coming months. And then I think, like Partling mentioned, we are doing a card, and they are also doing a card. This where the market is also proven. And then I think for Partling, they are doing it with more like the QR code payment. Maybe that will be the next, step in especially the Southeast Asia market, where Alipay, the Gcash, or in Philippines or in Indonesia, they have their national QR code. There's, we can see the adoption, and then for us, we are focusing on those emerging markets and other countries. They are still struggling, to send the money locally and internationally. I think remittance and the banking access is the key. We want to bridge this gap.
How about yourself, Eric, from Obit's perspective?
Okay, from what we are doing at Ubit, right? We actually, before we plan our own internal infrastructure, we ask what do users want to use. So actually, the remittance part is actually carefully, smartly integrated into our app already. So if, let's say, I have Parks or Jonathan's phone number now, they need not be Ubit's users now. What I need is just their phone numbers. I will send crypto to them. What they will have is they will receive an SMS from me. They will say, Eric Song has sent you $100 worth in USDT. And then what you need to do is just click into the link, do your KYC, you will receive the $100 into your wallet in Obit's app. Then wherever you are in the world, double click on your Apple Pay, go to a Visa Master merchant, buy your whatever you need. So this works for anyone that is a migrant worker that is working, let's say, outside of the Philippines, and they want to send money home. The people at home, their kids, can actually use it. And people in Mexico facing the same thing. They are facing very high costs of transferring the money. What we can do is we basically can just put this simple thing into our infrastructure, and then this is solved. Banks hate us, right? Yeah.
It's interesting to see what the use case are available now with your respective different solutions. And looking forward, what innovations, be it in centralized exchanges, wallet, or payment rails, will have the biggest impact on stablecoin adoption in the next 2 to 3 years?
So for us, we are definitely building more stablecoin payment use case. Other than QR code, we will have instant payment in different countries. So card also will be something that we will focus on because it's easy for most of the users. Just tap the card and they can finish the transaction anywhere. But then actually to me, the most ideal case is that we can have our own payment, own crypto payment. What I mean is that, for example, if today I want to pay for coffee, I can use Bigget Wallet, scan QR code, but the QR code should be provided by Bigget Wallet. Then the merchant has to accept stablecoin as a settlement. Then why I think this is a bigger innovation is that actually doing in this way, we can skip all the PSP or the payment service provider because all of them, they have a cost and it's not cheap. But if we have this direct method, merchant can accept stablecoin directly, then the transaction cost to the users maybe just gas fee or no gas fee in the future. So it will be very beneficial for them. But it will take longer time. I believe more than 5 years to take there because before Bigger Wallet, actually I was in Binance Pay. We are also actually trying to push the adoption, but will take some more time. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely there's a silver lining there. A lot of people hope to see crypto adoption actually happening. All the merchants, they will accept crypto, as a payment method. I think that's happening. But if you ask for the coming 2 or 3 years, this won't be happening that fast. They still need like company like Bigger Wallet and Red.Pay, where they bring Web2 users to the Web2 world, and we are bringing the Web2 users to the Web3 world. I think what we are thinking is for blockchain, it has a lot of advantage, even like stablecoin. Stablecoin leverage on blockchain for the speed, availability, and the programmability. For the speed, it's very fast. Even the cost itself is also very low, few cents in some blockchain. And the availability is 24/7. We do not have a bank or a system that's still working for 24/7 for settlement. So with the disadvantages, I think that will give the industry a new prospect, to do for example, the cross-border payment like in our app. Right now, you want to send money to, like Mexican you mentioned, it just take like in 1 minute, and the cost is just like 0.5%. Yes, but this need to be, if you are doing it on a traditional way, you are going to take like few days, few weeks, or paying like 5 to 10% just to sending the fiat money to the bank account. And right now with blockchain and stablecoin, we do it in minutes and few cents.
Yeah. So the innovation I feel that will most benefit us for the next 2-3 years is actually us making crypto invisible. So the users don't even know what's going on behind. They know, but they don't need to read about it. They don't need to understand too much about it. They can in their spare time, of course. Yeah. So what the users want, they just want to receive and pay, right? So, and whatever rails are out there, we are currently using it. Whatever Visa, Master, point of sale machines are out there, QR codes that are out there. Because of COVID, I feel that people are more used to scanning your phones. They are all used to scanning with your phones and transacting with your phones, right? So we have a big push after COVID, and I think for the next 2 to 3 years, it's our job to make it as invisible as we can, and just let it integrate into their lives. Then the ease and the habit will be grown, right? Yeah. Thanks.
I totally agree with everyone else here. I think like in this panel, we've covered quite a few important points. First, as we look at the regulations, all of the different regions, I guess it will still take some time because it's still very fragmented, like Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Singapore, MiCA, they all are very different in their various respective ways. I mean, even in Abu Dhabi as well, they all have their respective focuses. And it's how do they all tie together, right? While it's still fragmented, we focus on wanting to really make the user journey as seamless as possible and without even realizing it. And you guys have also shared how do you kind of simplify it from the front end to make it easier for the rest of your users. And since we are about time to wrap up, maybe let's have some closing remarks about what do you see generally and any additional thoughts to share. We'll start with Park Ning from the Bigger Wallet perspective, because Bigger Wallet has been doing quite a lot of different things.
Additional thoughts. When they talk about remittance, actually I was thinking about remittance too, like half years ago when I joined Bigger Wallet. I do think what I'm looking at is the cost. So today if I send Singapore dollar from here to, for example, to Mexico, if the cost for sending stablecoin and then the receiver can get the fiat in their bank account. The cost is lower. Definitely, it's something very good for them because it's faster, lower cost. So yeah, this one will be a very big use case because but still nowadays a lot of countries they don't have much access to remittance or it's still not not still expensive. So we'll see what WeatherPay is doing in the next few months.
Thank you so much. Yeah, being known as the pioneer, I think for us, the job, because everyone, I think a lot of people are looking at what we are doing, and then we are very lucky to be selected for some banks or the payment service provider as their first crypto partner. We feel committed, and then we still feel, the role itself is not like, it's very smooth. It's challenging, but it's very, very perspective because you are doing something, changing the industry and the history, how the remittance or the transaction will be take place. Because for in our social media or in our CS, a lot of our users actually they are feeling very, very gratitude when they fly to Brazil. We can make payments seamless like that. Especially they can receive it from their bank accounts, and then they can use it instantly. So I think we still have high hope. At the same time, we keep very cautious about to maintain a sustainable growth responsibly.
Okay, the way I see things, we definitely have seen the institutional wave that has started since BlackRock entered the scene. After that, you've seen all the institutions, the funds, the banks, they all want to come into this crypto scene. Definitely, this wave will last very long compared to the previous few waves because institutionals they move slow, but they know what they are doing, and I definitely see a sustained bull market, a slower bull market for the next 5 years. Yeah. We're not going to see any big drops because all the institutions are there to sweep it all up, right? So what we need to do is just to keep building and keep listening to what the world needs, and then just re-innovation. That's the way to go.
Interesting last point by Eric, because we've only been catering really to the retail users, and like with the past few cycles, we've actually transitioned more to focus on institutions. And like what you said, institutions are big whales, right? That's where the bulk of the liquidity is. And as we move towards better user adoption, I believe this is how we're able to scale access to USDT ultimately, since regulations and everything in terms of the frameworks and user adoption as we get more and more educated. So thanks once again to the amazing panelists for joining me in this session. And unless anyone else has any last remarks, it looks like we are still a bit fast on time. Okay. Thank you so much for joining us today. I guess that's it for today's panel.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Joy. Thank you, Pak Ning. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Eric. That's quite of an insightful panel as well. It's quite interesting to hear that we need to keep on listening to the market and what actually the market needs. We're now going to the last part of the panel, one more panel. So now we need to go to how we're going to look forward to what's going to happen next, right? So why would Asia be the one that would lead the next wave of adoption? So I think it's a quite interesting panel that is coming up next, which will be moderated by JT Law, partner of IVC, with our panelists including Kyle Kim, CBO of Da Wing KS, Jonathan Low, founder and CEO of BipTap, Dilys Ho, growth lead at Decent Wallet, and Gorani, co-founder of Flare Finance. Round of applause, please. More energy. Come on. It's almost the end. Let's go.
All right, good afternoon. This is the last panel of the day, and I hope you're staying for our panel and not for the after party, I think, which starts right after this. But we have a panel of the distinguished founders and companies here with me. First introduction, myself, JT Law, partner at IVC, or Web3 VC. We made about 220 investments spanning the Web3 space. Yes, it includes payments and stablecoins, but it also extends to AI, other DeFi, gaming, and other consumer applications. So I'm going to have each of the speakers introduce themselves and their projects before we lead into the topics for this panel. So please, Kyle.
Nice to meet you guys. I'm Kyle, CBO at KES. We've developed crypto ATM and payment solutions. And we've started from South Korea about 3 years ago, and now we plan to expand our business to Southeast Asia.
The founder and CEO of BipTap. So basically, we used to provide white label for crypto cards, and now we have built the world's first omni-bank, like the Airbnb model for banking. Basically, we combine traditional bank, crypto bank, neobanks, crypto exchange, crypto cards, everything in one for B2B banking as a service model.
Hi everyone, I'm Dilys Ho and I'm from Decent Wallet. So Decent Wallet was established in 2017 and it is the only hardware wallet in Seoul. And I have started working in Web3 for 5 years and I have been in GameFi, Layer 2 and now to infrastructure wallet.
Hi, my name is Garani, and I'm building Layer Finance. Layer Finance is the go-to staking hub on Kaia chain. We are a go-to store for staking Kaia. And now that stablecoins are becoming really important and we see the demand, we are building a stablecoin staking solution as well. So that's what I'm gonna talk about today at the panel.
Great, wonderful. So let's jump right into the topics. Why do you think Asia is positioned to be a stablecoin center, and how does that compare to other regions in the world that you've seen in your business? Jonathan?
Okay, then I'll start. I think we all know Asia has been the leading for a lot of stuff, right? Especially if you see digital payments, stable coins. So far, Asia has one of the biggest volume and also one of the most flexible regulations. If you realize a lot of volumes has been passing through Asia, and Asia has been, a lot of latest payment infrastructure is also been encouraged by Asia. So because Europe, US, everyone is trying very hard to compete the market share and change a lot of regulations and trying to take the lead in a lot of new initiatives. But they don't realize actually the most basic things is just cross-border remittances and a lot of things. And Asia, so far, Singapore, Hong Kong has been a hub for a long time, which puts us in a very good position because, everyone is doing a lot of major changes like MiCA and a lot of, like US is doing a lot of stuff, Middle East, UAE is doing a lot of stuff. They don't actually see that Asia, instead of trying to change regulations, we are trying to become more flexible to allow more wealth to come through. So I think it puts us in a very, very good position to, once we start to allow stablecoins for everything, the volume that Asia have, no doubt, plus population, is actually one of the leading countries or continents for stablecoin adoption.
Many more opinions?
Yeah,
Yeah, so I agree with what Jonathan has said before, and we can see that there is actually a huge amount, like the stablecoin flow in the Asia market is like talking about like 500 billion US dollars. It is like a quarter of the global market, but it's already ranked like number 2, like in the world. So we can see that actually our panel topic is why Asia will lead the next wave of adoption, but I think Asia already leading the wave of adoption. So also, Jonathan also mentioned that the regulatory in the Asia, they are so flexible, they work quick, and they are very proactive. So I think it also accelerates why the stablecoin is more like more common and also like can go through the adoption like easily here in Asia.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with that, right? In terms of just technological adoption, right? People are very experimental here, right? People experimented with digital payment, QR code payment, long before the West has it. And actually, in the West, still doesn't have it, right? They're still on tap to pay, using a physical card. So I fully agree. As we travel through Asia, right? Actually, most countries you can actually get by pretty well without cash, right? Great. Second question I have is, and I think some of this may have been covered, but maybe we'll hear from the other two panelists. What factors in Asia make it attractive, right? Is it the younger population? Is it the number of manufacturing, exporting companies? What makes it really attractive for you to focus on Asia as a stablecoin market for your specific product or your service?
I guess it's related with the matter of mobile penetration. Most of Asian countries are and have been dominated by big tech companies like Ali, WeChat Pay in China, Kakao Pay Korea, Line in Japan. And they allow users to bank remittance, and also they have strongest messenger. So I think they are the strongest drivers of stablecoin in this sense.
Grani, any input?
Yeah. So I'm gonna speak from my own personal experience. So people around me who are not like tech savvy or who are like kind of old, maybe they're in their like 60 or 70, even they are buying coins on like centralized exchanges, and like mostly a lot of people I know are buying coin, and I think that's the really beginning of stablecoin adoption. If you're not even buying Bitcoin, you're probably not gonna use stablecoin, or you're not gonna buy stablecoin or use stablecoin. But because, like, especially in Korea, a lot of people are really familiar with buying coin and selling coin and using coin. So I think that is why Asia and especially Korea will be great at accepting stablecoin usage and then accept stablecoin as what it is, because people just love crypto and they are really open to experience the new technology.
How do we get that enthusiasm in Korea to spread to other countries? Because I think Korea is a very specific case in this high level of adoption and usage. And but why is this not happening in the rest of the other Asian countries?
I don't know, because I've been living in Korea, so I don't know how it is abroad, maybe in Japan or Taiwan or China. But I think it's like you should hear from people around you. Like you hear your friends just become a millionaire from buying Bitcoin or like this something coin, and you should get curious and like let me become a millionaire too. And that's how you get like into it. But I guess Koreans really like to like catch really quick, like fashion or like whatever, like culture. They're really quick on catching like what's trending and everything. So I guess that's like just in our cultural like background.
I think I have another thing to add. I think what Korea really has that other Asian countries don't have is Korea have a very ownership kind of culture, right? You own it, and like even the exchanges in Korea, right? You guys only are allowed to use your own exchanges. Your government actually support your exchange. A lot of countries, not just Asia, like worldwide, they create a lot of propaganda, they create a lot of fear for normal people to even buy crypto. One time they say it's illegal, another time they say it's legal. Suddenly digital currencies are accepted, suddenly it's not. So people, they think that it's something dangerous and risky. But for example, for Korea and a lot of, like even Singapore, we have our own stable coins, right? It's only when governments and the country actually make effort to actually create this kind of certainty that actually creates adoption. So I believe in terms of adoption, you need few things, right? One is certainty. You need the people in the country to feel safe. Another one is ease of use, which instead of create a lot of very complicated tech, make it as seamless as possible for people to actually understand and use it. So I think this is what Asian really has in Asia in general.
So this next question, I would actually like each of you guys to answer. And this question is, because I think you will all have different perspectives of the market and of course from your own specific product or service. And this question is, what do you see products or services in your local market that you see that's actually moving forward the stablecoin trend, right? So talk a little bit about your project specifically, but also talk about what you see other people doing that, right, is really bringing on this stablecoin wave.
It's really up to localized services and operation in national level. Every companies um, try to make something new business or innovative business, but uh, I know it's not working. Uh, and everyone needs to try to make user-friendly UI UX, and also try to learn and deep dive into regulatory compliance. Yeah, that's my thing.
For me, building BipTap has been a long journey for the last 4 years because we started off as B2C. So we understand what customer really wants. And then now we're building infrastructure for other companies to be able to use to onboard more users. So from my experience, I think what the problem really is in the past and it is being solved now is actually adoption. And the best way to get adoption, like what I mentioned, is actually seamless use, seamless for people to actually use using chain abstraction or whatever reasons, right? People don't need to understand much about blockchain technology. The best is to already integrate whatever technology we have, whether it's crypto cards, whether it's digital banking or digital currencies. It has to be as seamless as possible. So like, for example, like what we've built, like we've built an OmniBank, right? What is OmniBank? Traditional banking, digital banking, crypto exchange, crypto cards in one. And why this works? It's because when people want to use a crypto card, some people, they don't understand crypto at all. And the only reason why they use it is because there's no choice, because they need to receive payment from, I don't know, maybe from Africa or maybe from Hong Kong, and I'm in Singapore, right? To make a transfer is expensive, it's long. So that's why we need to be able to understand in this current next wave to create as easy as possible for users to understand. Meaning, if I need to transfer from the one country to another country, I don't need to set up a wallet. All I need to do is just set up this app where I can send my money from, example, my Hong Kong bank to this app, and then I can send it to this guy, P2P, cashless, gas fee, instant. I don't know what technology is being used, but it is instant. So that is what I think it's the main push towards adoption when it comes to majority of the users.
So if it's a better tool, it's faster, cheaper, and better, there's still a big barrier to adoption, right? So does that mean companies like you guys, our community, right, we're not communicating enough? Or we're just spending too much time with Web3 people, we're not talking to like regular Web2 people?
So that's why I think a lot of Web3 people are getting something wrong. A lot of them are trying to create a lot of new chains, L2s, L1s, new technology, new wallets, instant, gasless. But the key here is not instant or gasless. The key here is ease of use. For example, if somebody needs to learn something just to transfer money, they won't. They need to be able to use something that they already do every day. Just that's why crypto cards are booming right now. Because to them it's easy. If I have crypto, I load my card and I tap it like my usual debit card. So only when we solve that problem, then it will work. So for example, let's say stable coins or maybe cross-border transfers or anything. As long as it's easy to use, they don't need to learn new technology or download new app or have 12 seed phrase wallet, they will do.
Dilis?
So from Descent Wallet, actually, I would say for most of the people when they first start to like invest into crypto, the first thing they are not like buying from the exchange. Maybe they just like get it from like other payment and then they receive the coin and then send it to wallet. So I would say wallet actually is the first gateway they start to enter into this Web3 world. So I agree with what Jonathan said, that actually it is very important to have a simple and easy to use app, because if it is too difficult and then adoption doesn't work at all, and if it is easy to use and with the good UI, and then the adoption will stalls. And also I think that not only the easy to use, also it is important to to educate the users that the importance of the security too, because nowadays there are so many scammers. So as a wallet, you don't you have to be like simple to use, but at the same time you have to be safe, because if it is not your key, then it is not your crypto. I know you have heard a lot of that. So I think that in Decent Wallet, we think that it is important to educate the users as well. We have to tell them that what is security in this crypto world.
I'm going to come back to this later, right? So, because what I just heard at least is centralized versus decentralized. So I'm going to come back to this after Gurani answers this question.
Yeah, so Kyle and Jonathan and Dillis all spoke about how you guys are making it really seamless for users to get onboarded. I think you guys are doing a great job. But our job, I think it is to make people want to learn how to use stablecoin. And what I mean by that is like providing them yield. When people deposit their money, like US dollar or their like their local currencies, they only get probably maybe like 3% APR from the bank. But what if we can give them like 10% APR if you deposit stablecoin instead of just depositing dollars or whatever currency in your bank? I mean, instead of depositing into the bank, make people learn how to buy stablecoin and deposit into our stablecoin vault, which would give them 10% yield. And I think should be good enough for people to be incentivized to learn how to use stablecoin and start installing like Decent Wallet and BitTab and the Wings and everything. And that's what we're building at Layer Finance. And I think this like should all come out to be a great ending. Like we'll onboard everyone to stablecoin.
I think it's a collective effort of everything, because at the end of the day, what Gorani said is perfect, because like for example for Turkey, I just found out that there's going to be a 30% inflation. Everything is going to be 30% more expensive, and their currency is dropping. So the only way to actually prevent this is to get into stable coins, right? So I think now the world is actually working a lot in our favor. Everyone is getting forced to get into stable coins or die with hugging their own currency.
I think specifically for Turkey as well, I think it's not permitted to hold US dollars. And the government, I think 2 years ago, basically said if a local is holding US dollars, they automatically convert it to the local currency, and that's it. And obviously, they will suffer any currency depreciation that happens. And I think they have. I haven't looked at the chart, but I don't think it's a very pretty chart.
It's like a meme coin now, Turkish lira.
That's not investment advice. You're not saying don't buy meme coins, right? Great. I think we touched a little bit on what are the challenges, right? So I'm going to go through this time again. Just really focus on what do you think are key challenges, right? And this could be obviously user adoption. We've already mentioned, right? We hinted a little bit on regulation or the lack of clarity on regulation, right? But what do you see as like the inhibiting factor that makes it like free for all, and everyone wants to go on, and there's good reasons to, adopt stable coins, either for usage, payment, gaming, savings, investment.
Like Philippines or Vietnam, they still have low understanding of stablecoin, and a few countries in Asia, they have been spent about 5 to 10% of total GMP to bank remittance. So if any stablecoin project can resolve that or offer a better way of it, then it can be competitive substitute. And also related with infrastructure, people know how to invest and how to use exchange, but they need more ways of deposit and remittance, because there's no any system of ATM or payment system. So people try to onboard and integrate like crypto cards or ATMs, but it's not user case. So we should try to onboard it.
So are your ATMs really used for on ramping or off ramping or both?
Both sides.
So do you see right, because once it's digital, they could spend it digitally, right? So are you more focused on the on ramping part or the off ramping part? Or right now the off ramping part is just traditional business because that's how people still spend cash?
Correct. Tradified companies are usually do that. So we are tightly work with them to complete with that. And then, yeah, that's it. Yeah.
And they're open to it. Do you find it because you're selling these machines, right? So obviously, the more you sell, it means that people agree with you.
I'm open to it, but I know people are unusual with that. So we are trying to make user-friendly kind of, UI, UX.
Got it. Next to Jonathan.
I think regulation has always been a problem with adoption, right? We all know. So that's why I think Asia definitely will take the lead, and also what we have built will also speed up a lot in the whole process. And why? It's because, Airbnb, right? Everybody knows. Uber. It's because Airbnb, they have access to global hotels and properties because they connect users and properties worldwide. So that's why we've built like the Airbnb for banking. And why it works is because once we are not a bank, we don't need to focus so much on licenses and more regions. All we need to do is focus on partnerships, integration to more banks globally. And what actually speeds up in that process is because, for example, let's say we work with a bank in Asia, automatically we have access to all the Asian countries that this bank has access to. That way, we are able to open up more users from Europe because we are B2B model. Similarly, if we work with a LATAM bank, we work with a Swiss bank, we work with a US bank, automatically we have access to all those countries and regions that those US banks can serve. So yes, regulation is a bottleneck, but I believe in the near future, a lot of companies and projects and infrastructure, they will finally realize that this shouldn't, just like for me personally, people will start to realize we shouldn't be a bank, Why not just integrate more rails together, collaborate together? Because the main goal is to get adoption. It's not to fight with each other's market share, right? The problem with crypto market now, everyone is trying to snatch the market share from each other. Lower fees, gasless. That crypto market is so small. The world is so big. So I believe the next wave of users will come from new users from Africa and Latam. That's my perspective.
And I also agree that like the regulations is the biggest challenges. And once the regulation just pass through, I think there will be more institutions that are more encouraged to start like doing some stablecoin payment tools. And once these tools got more common, and then people will more willing to use it. And also on the stance of wallet, I think now wallet is not just like based on storing cryptocurrency. I think it is more than just a wallet. Like people can earn through the wallet, or they can just do like airdrop, that kind of things. So in Decent Wallet, we are trying to lower the barrier, not only for the Web3 users, for just like Jonathan said, the Web2 users. We're trying to develop like social login in the future, so that people, they don't have to remember the 24 C phrases while they set up the wallet. They can just log in and then to get access to the wallet. And also we invented the guest pass features. So it is not a big features, but I think it can like help people to learn how to do the transaction, because sometimes the native gas fee is really a pain, because you still have to buy Ethereum when you do something on the transaction. So we developed some kinds of this kind of features to help lower the barrier for both Web2 and also Web3 users.
Yeah, talking about regulation, I think there is not too much harsh regulation on USD stablecoins nowadays. But speaking from my own personal experience, in Korea, there's like Wave, like boys to like, hey, let's have a Korean one stablecoin, and the president was actually really, oh, we'll have our own stablecoin, Korean one stablecoin, but then it's not, it hasn't passed through the like regulations and law like at the Congress yet. I think mainly because it could be dangerous to have our own stablecoin, because stablecoins are, to be honest, like relatively unregulated compared to like fiat currency. And if you unregulate your currency, everyone in your country might start swapping all your currency into US dollar, and then the exchange rate might collapse. And I think that's what's worrying our lawmakers in Korea. And
I think that's happened in Korea before with an infamous Korean guy.
Infamous Korean guy? Oh, Togo. Yes, I know. And everyone saw what happens when people had access to US dollar without any regulation. So it is regulation is bad for the industry, but maybe it's necessary for the country itself. So I think it's a really tricky area.
It depends, because yes, Korea is because Korea encouraged. But for example, for Europe, they literally banned Tether. USDT became illegal to hold. So that's a stable coin that the whole world uses. So that's crazy. Like imagine you have millions of dollars in USDT, suddenly your whole country, it's illegal to keep it. And there's no option. For Singapore, for example, let's say they ban something, they have an alternative that you have to use, regulated. In Europe, they ban it, there's no option. Figure out yourself. So this kind of bottleneck creates a lot of fear, for people.
So the question I was going to ask next, but I think it's kind of being answered right here, and this is best case was, is the future more centralized or decentralized, right? And I think in the case of, okay, where they give you options, a centralized solution is okay, right? You're not going to lose your money. But in the case where they just ban it, make it illegal, maybe a decentralized option's over, because there is no other alternative. So, right, for the foreseeable future, we can still see the role of centralized and decentralized solutions. So the last question I'm going to ask you guys, and there's no right or wrong answer here, right? It's just, in the next 3 years, right? How much bigger do you think the stablecoin market, size of the market, usage will be in Asia?
Stablecoin is definitely a game changer, and the market dominance could be changed dramatically rather than local currency. And also, our company down KS, we keep developing our ATM for both sides, on and off ramp. And after that, we're still trying to integrate it to TradeFi companies. And other startup wants to follow our setup standards of payment system. That's why we're targeting.
My opinion is decentralized or centralized. I always feel in the near future very close from now, stable coins and digital currencies will be the future. Every country will fight to have their own digital currency. Even Europe, they banned USDT Tether. It's because they're going to launch their own, right? Even UAE, they already have their own AED-backed stable coins. So in the near future, once all these market leaders have their own stable coins, everyone will follow, and then that will be the future of currencies. That's my opinion.
For me, I think that in the 2-3 years, the stablecoin market will grow like to double, and but like in the global user view, the USD based stablecoin is still dominant in the market. But I think there will be like more and more local currency based stablecoin will appear in the market.
Yeah, I think there will be stablecoins will be dominating the finance and like the transactions and commerce and everything, but I think it might be more centralized than we hope, because the governments, when they issue their own stablecoin, they need to have some kind of safety area so that things don't go out of control.
Great. Well, thank you, panelists, for your interesting answers and insights. I think we're all very excited. That's why we're here. I think we've seen stablecoins come a long way, and I think we're all actually quite well positioned for the development of stablecoins, not just in Asia but the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, JT. Thank you, JT. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Jonathan, Dillis, and Garani. Really appreciate the time, and going back a little bit to the past of how it actually happened and now how we're going to go to the future is really quite interesting how you brought things together. As we wrap up this exciting and insightful day, we return to where we all began, with Kaia. So please welcome Dr. Sam, Chairman of Kaia Foundation, for our ending keynote to close Kaia Summit 2025. Round of applause. Thank you, Sam.
Okay, hello everyone, Sam again. So, yeah, thank you everyone for staying late here until the end of the Kaia Summit today. So I believe we had very good sessions and also networking and communication today. We all talked about stablecoin today. So from products to the the use case and investment and others today. But recently, actually, I saw one report regarding stablecoins growth and then future market. And then if we from the report, I saw that the Google trend and the Google if you go to the Google's website, then there is a trend section, and then if you look at that transaction and if you look for the stablecoin, actually the amount of search that the Google received is increased significantly. I mean, during the last 1 or 2 years, I don't know. We just cannot compare the previous the trend probably 1 year or 2 years ago. So that means it's not only about the Web3. So Web3 people and crypto people are the searching stablecoins at Google and others, but the Google trend shows that normal people are also searching a lot on stablecoins these days. So it's definitely a huge trend and then the big topic these days. But we also know that this is not just about the trend. It's basically shifting our financial systems and also the financial life. So yeah, we just started about stablecoin and our stablecoin orchestration layer, and we also introduced different protocols that are basically creating different values and also use cases for stablecoins. So, but yeah, again, this is just beginning, and we'll introduce more use cases and adoptions mostly in Asia, but we are not limited in Asia, but we are also reaching out to the rest of the world. So please stay tuned, and then we'll share more updates on our X channel and other, the social channels. And also, we are always welcoming our new partners and also builders and users as well. So let's get connected here. And also, although we are ending the Kaia Summit today, but we are having the after party starting at 6:30, just nearby nearby restaurant. So if you have time, then please come again to our after party, and then let's get more connected and then talk about the stablecoin and other future things. Thanks so much today.
Woohoo! Thank you so much, Sam. Thank you, everyone, for being part of Kaia Summit 2025. Together, we've shaped the next wave of stablecoin innovation. Please stay connected, explore our ecosystem, and join us in building the future of stablecoin orchestration layer. We're having the after party at 7 p.m. Sorry, that's 6:30 p.m. At true cost. So actually, this is the QR code. You can go ahead and sign up. We're still accepting guests, right? We are. Yes, we are. Okay, let's see. We'll see you later, and goodbye to the live stream. Bye. Thanks, everyone.